we saving you a view. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly the sim world, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we roll out smooth when the sun come up. Check the charts, line the jets, time to run it up. From Delta on the ramp to the southwest line, GA in the breeze, every flight feel fine. Do it right, learn a little more each ride. Professional line flights, but we still have pride. Every week we stream, come along for the flight. Coastal in the sky, everything in a little right. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly the sim world, we saving you a view. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly the sim world, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah. Check the charts, line the jets, time to run it up. From Delta on the ramp to the southwest line, GA in the breeze, every flight feel fine, feel fine. Do it right, learn a little more each ride. Professional vibes, but we still have pride. Every week we stream, come along for the flight. Coastal in the sky with karate mic. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly this sim world, we saving you a view. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly this sim world, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah. We roll out smooth when the sun come up. Check the charts, line the jets, time to run it up. From Delta on the ramp to the southwest line, GA in the breeze, every flight feel fine. Do it right, learn a little more each ride. Professional line flights, but we still have pride. Every week we stream, come along for the flight. Coastal in the sky, everything in a little right. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly the sim world, we saving you a view. FSBN with the reggae flow. Hockey charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly the sim world, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah. charts, line the jets, time to run it up. From Delta on the Ram to the Southwest line, GA in the breeze, every flight feel fine, real fine. Do it right, learn a little more each ride. Professional vibes, but we still have pride. Every week we stream, come along for the flight. Coastal in the sky with the karate mic. FSBN with the reggae flow. Aki charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly this sim world, we saving you a view. FSBN with the reggae flow. Aki charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly this sim world, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah. We roll out smooth when the sun come up. Check the charts, line the jets, time to run it up. From Delta on the Ram to the Southwest line.
This is freaking dumb, man. Oh.
All right, maybe that works. Welcome aboard. I'm sorry, guys. I got a new camera and it just jacked up everything. It just messes the entire production up. It's like insane, and it takes like an hour and a half just to get everything ready to go. So it's getting real big, flipping pain in the neck. Well, you can hear me now. I know you can hear. I can see my levels. So if you're new to the channel and you're wondering about three things, learn something, have fun, do it right. Welcome aboard, everybody. Ja is in the house. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. I had to reboot. He said nice. On my way to Cancun in the 800, so this stream's 800 will be nice, which it is. It's Comedy's Route 2. I said yes, good idea. You can use Route 2 if installed. We will not have it. Not all will have it. Right. Some people just program the arrival at the end of the flight plan with a disco in it, and that way you can do a direct to arrival. That's right. No audio, we got it. Steve, how are you? And Gray Aviation, what is going on? Cold and dark, we're going to get in a brand new flight for us here at Coastal. This is going to from Miami to Cleveland, and then we're going to go right to Islip, then on back to Miami. That's the legs, at least. We're not going to do all that tonight, but it is it's a day trip, and then we change crews. The PM crew will then fly Islip, will fly Miami to Islip and back, and they're done. So it's only two legs. And then the next day, we go Miami to Islip, back to Cleveland, then down from Miami. So the Cleveland folks get a nonstop back down here. So lots of busy work for us today as we're trying to get the summer schedule out. We've got a lot of big order in for new paints coming in, and this is one of the new paints. You guys saw the beautiful cabin in the back there. I'll go ahead and show you. That's kind of what we're looking at here. Let's see if this dang thing could work. I don't know if it's going to work, you guys. I've had such an incredible hard time with the technology today. it's been rough. So let's just say that. All right, so this is our Coastal Airways cabin. We have custom galleys, and this is our first class section, and you can see it's really nice in here. The seats are beautiful. We have full IFE seats for everyone, which is nice. We'd have business section here, and then we have a economy class, three class cabin on this bad boy. So really cool, nice, beautiful, custom made seats for us, which is cool. I'll just send you up there. We'll get back in the flight deck. Right now, I'm just going to do a quick. And let's get this show on the road. Who else is checking in? Shelton, how are you? Good evening, Captain. Waited all day for this new route. Hopefully the camping trip the end week was good. Where did surfers learn to surf? At boarding school. Pretty good too. Yeah, camping was a lot of fun. The kids had a good time. I had a good time. So it was nice and cool in the 40s. So it's always nice when it's cold like that. All right, let's get this show on the road. I'll give you guys a quick briefing before we go. You guys know I like to do that. The weather up in Cleveland right now, it's really good. There's expecting some showers a little later on in the day. We will have turbulence pretty much from the Appalachians up. So in the flight levels between 30 to 38,000. Maybe we could get over it depending on what the performance is going to be, what our numbers say. So I'm going to go ahead and connect to a couple things because I had to reboot the sim. Obviously, it's always fun when you're like, why is this not working? And it wasn't the sim. It was what am I, 197? We're flight 197. By the way, if you guys are thinking of, you know, um, we're trying to hire pilots. Okay, we need to hire, and we need CJ3 pilots. We need, we're having CJ3. So let's say you didn't want to learn the 7.3. We have CJ3, which pretty much you get in. You're just demonstrating a couple of maneuvers. You got to land at a short field, and you're done. So we can use those guys. We can use just a lot. We can use a lot of pilots. We have a lot going on. So if you're interested in that, definitely definitely send us a tip. We'd love to have you. Now on the flip side of that, you guys, if you've been watching the stream, you kind of know what we're about, right? We're not a fly-by-night operation by any means. This is a new route we're taking. It took me probably a month and a half to get it ready, just because of all the back end work that has to go into it. There's a lot involved in scheduling, and still not done tweaking the schedule. So this is kind of like a proving flight. We're looking at timings and things like that. So I'm just trying to get everything started. So all my peripherals got to work. Everything's got to start right. And looks like that's not right. So I'm going to go over here and tell it I want it to start. Where are you? Did you guys, on another news while I'm doing this, there is a new, there it is. There is a new, I'm just going to keep that up because you never know. I'm just going to start the airplane. Let's get the airplane woken up. How's that? Let's do that first. And then I'll get the other stuff ready to go. There is a stupid, crazy sound I want to get rid of. It's like when you're hitting turbulence now. I hate it. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like the airplane's just shaking apart. And I don't know what it's from. I'm trying to pinpoint where it's coming from, and it's really annoying. So if any of you, during our flight we hear that, we got to kind of troubleshoot and figure out where that stupidness is coming from, because it was after SU5 and the thing just started rattling on me, and I'm like, what the crap is this? And it's disgusting. It shouldn't sound like that. So maybe you can help me. I don't know. I'm guessing you're mentoring. Wait, you're mentioning the new update for the 800. I don't have. Yeah, that is right. The new update you're talking about? Yeah, this is the new update we've had, but I don't know. It's not just this airplane. It shakes and rattles, and don't know what the heck's going on. All right, let's get in here. Let's get it done. Coming down, first thing we do is battery on. We're going to make sure a couple things. Before you throw the battery on, we got to make sure the ground power, you got gear down. That's a big deal. And park brake is set. That's a big deal. All right, now we're going to go ahead and throw on the ground power. And you're going to do, or the battery bus. This is the hot battery bus. Bang, right to it. And let's go ahead and see that. We're going to draw negative 37 amps. That's what we want. Again, coming down here, we got ground 3 green. That's good. And batteries coming on. Battery switch on. That's ground power, I should say. Ground power's on. There we go. One thing I'm going to do is throw this down, and then let's go ahead and get in here. I'm going to go on this side, the other side, and we're going to look at PMDG and actually FS actions. A couple things we need to do. There's 8,000. That is what I want to see. Payload should be 0. Set it to empty. It should have been set before. And then our ground services coming out. We're going to request the air conditioning cart. Otherwise, we're going to cook in here, and I do not want to cook in the aircraft. We're going to go jetway, and we're going to remove all of the PMDG stuff we don't need. All right, airplanes coming in. I'm going to go ahead and put on the jetway. Oh, man. Ground services coming on. Request jetway services. Did you hear MK Studios? That's what I was saying. MK Studios is building Miami and Fort Lauderdale, 2 huge airports for coastal, and I can't wait to get that rolling. That's going to be really cool. There we go. All right. Looks like what a beautiful airplane this is, huh?
Runway.
All right, good.
Okay. Feet.
Next thing we want to do is make sure we could get paid for this. So we're going to go ahead and contact our ACARs. We'll start. We got ATC on board. Let's just see. Right there, right there, right there. Looking at the clock, guys. Just with me on the clock. 6:40. I believe we leave at about 7:40. Now, there's a lot of ATC to the north of here, so I'm probably going to elect not to use say intentions for now, just because there's a lot of real life ATC, so we're going to just stay on VATSIM, and we'll listen to real world stuff. Have you guys seen the iFly Max 8 screenshots? Looking good. Hope it comes out this week finally. Oh, sweet. American Airlines, how are you? Hopefully you're well. And you're doing good. Welcome aboard. All right, folks, if you're new, hit the subscribe button. We'd love to have you. Tell us where you're from, the whole 9 yards. All right, everything's good there. Let's go start flight. Chitty chitty chat, and cross your fingers that worked. Okay, it worked. Good. Okay, guys. I think we have it stabilized. All right, next form of business, we're going to go up here and we're going to throw this to the alignment. So you're just going to go align, you go on DC, and then you're going to go flip it over. Give it a second till you see alignments. Then we're going to go to nav, drop down, and let's go to the FMC here. We're going to look. We've got 800. The AIRAC is 2605, May 14, June 11th. By the way, if you are a Navigraph subscriber, please read the newsletter we send out. We send it out every month. Hopefully you guys read some of that and you say, hey, that's pretty good. Kilo MIA, that's where we are. We're at gate Gulf 10 today, this morning. Gate G10. And then you're just going to throw that number here. And obviously you want to verify with your chart. I'm going to throw that in there. That's good. And you're going to click your route. Hold that there. And let's go ahead and get that. We're going to pull this in. And I'm going to go like that. And let's pull that data. It's going to yank it all in there. And there we go. I'll give you guys a briefing when we get through. We'll pull that in. Unable. Yeah, I know. We're going to go ahead and throw that to the origin airport. We're going to go request the flight plan. We've got SimBrief, Miami to Cleveland. Dump it in there. And then we're going to go select route and request it. That's going to pull in the data that we need. I'm going to move my chair up here and lean it too dang far forward. That's going to hurt my back. All right. Oh, that's what I need to turn on. My other amp that I need another amp for. Okay, I'm going to click load, and it's going to load up the route. And let's see what we got. Loading, loading, loading. Give it a second. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and activate it. We'll execute it for now, and we'll just leave it. All right, let's get the weather, everything we need to get going into the airplane. I'll call it the fuel truck right now. We have about 8,000 pounds of fuel on the airplane. So I'll write that stuff. I've got, obviously, paperwork to do. Isn't that always a constant with us, is paperwork? It's a constant. It's always paperwork. All right, so arrival fuel, we're looking at 4,000. Over 4,000, nothing in the center. That's 8,000 pounds right there. And then we're looking at departure. And I'm going to go to return. We'll go to ground services again. Oops. I'm going to request the fuel truck. We'll pull that in. Our paperwork is saying 24.7 on the gas today. So that's a lot of uplift. Miami, the fuel pricing is insane. We're getting creamed by these fuel prices. We had a pretty good Q1. We're not going to have a great Q2. So there's that. Q2 for fuel, that's going to be a little, dicey. All right, well, that does that. Let's go ahead and get the weather. It's going to take about 7 minutes to get the airplane ready to go. As we do that, let's go ahead and call in our flow. And I'm talking about actual flow because I'm going to pull GSX. Let's get GSX in. We're going to get the catering on. What is this hotfix update available? Whatever. I thought I did this already. Apply hotfix and restart GSX. Fine. Might as well because I'm never going to do it, right? It's like, oh, well, do we need to? All right, Miami right now, folks, is SADing the following 140 at 9er. We got 10 miles visibility, few clouds at 4,000, scattered at 6, broken at 25,000, 28 over 21, altimeter 3002. All right, and departing 8 left, 8 right. We're probably going to get 8 right. That's just kind of the norm out of here in Miami. Let's try to see if we can't get the GSX to work for us. Let's see what happens. It's loading. Oh boy. It might be in this. There we go. I want to request catering services. And it should be the ASIG service here. We don't do our own catering. And it's going to be, is there a... Nope. I'm looking for the one and I don't, that's the one. All right, good to go. We'll get that on. Do you guys want to see the paperwork or what? Up to you. It's entirely your call. I can do it if you'd like to see what I'm doing. How's that? All right, let's do it. You talked me into it. Although, I just made that executive decision. F8F. That's right there. Let's see what happens. Hopefully you can see it. All right, so let's go ahead and pull in the paperwork now that you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, so Miami is reporting right now. It's going to be 140 on the wind. I want that. Okay, 140 at 9 with 10 miles visibility. We got a few clouds at 4,000. And we're looking at another layer. Yeah, our ceiling is at 25,000 actually. So way up there for us. Temperature's 28, dew point 21, altimeter coming in at 3002. And we're going to go 8 right. Today we're at Gulf 10. I told you, a lot of paperwork here, right? And we're looking at Victor is the information. So we got Victor, we're going to go 8 right, and then we're going to put in 24,000 pounds of fuel on this bad boy. And that's what we got going on. Matter of fact, I'm going to start the fueling process right now. And by the way, here at Coastal, we get charged for the uplift. So there's that, So if you're burning a lot of gas, we're going to eat it. And Miami is notorious for it. It's going to burn us a lot of fuel here. It's very costly. It's always like that, right? get back to your comments. We're going to get right back into the programming of the FMC. Okay, here we go. So we have down here, we're looking at 8 right. And I don't know, I've got to fix, yeah, see, there's a problem here. I'm going to have to fix that later, like soon. Before I take off, I'll do that. 08 right is the departing runway. We'll put that in there. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and execute. We go to arrivals, throw the departures in. Looking like our departure today of, we have the Hurricane 4. So let's go ahead and dial that. Hurricane 4 right there with the Kapasa transition. All right, we'll go ahead and execute it. We're going to go to the arrivals section over at Cleveland. And it's the Roland 2 Janney's transition. We'll throw that in there. Don't know the runways at Cleveland right now. We're looking at, they're estimating, of course this could change, 20 center, 24 right. So we could just set up the ILS 24 right for now. I'm just going to leave all that alone and execute it. And route, we don't need co-route in there. RPT is 197. Let's go to the pref and our zero fuel. Our zero fuel weight is going to be 129.4. So let's throw that in there. 129.4 on the zero fuel. I'm going to have a reserve. We don't have any reserves in terms of like alternate airports. We don't have that. We don't need it. So we're going to go 5.8 on that, on the reserves. We'll throw that in there. Cost index is a whopping 40. I'm glad they didn't give us anything lower because that would have sucked. And then we're putting in, what are you talking about, bro? What is going on outside with the airplane? All right, we got the fuel truck. We're getting catered. Good. And what? Waiting for your action. Close the right entry. Aren't you supposed to do that, bro? What the heck? I thought they were supposed to do that. Let's go to the ground ops and find out what's going on with the door. Let's see here. We want to close right entry, so it's all closed right now. It's good. I want to open this door. Yeah. Wait, one. That's weird. That's entry 1 open. That's what I wanted. I'm going to disarm all doors. Just want to make sure. I don't know what's going on. Okay, good. Is that door open or closed? I can't tell. All right, so it's a 7-3. So what we can do is just peek up and take a look. Yeah, it's closed. All right, so coming on back here. Let's open the door. Forward entry coming open. Cargo doors should be open. There we are. There we are. Okay, that's all set. We're planning out on the fuel here, guys. 24.7 on the gas, so 24.5. Probably burn about 200 to 300 pounds on the taxi out. We're climbing up to 340 initially to start, and then we're going to go either up from there or down, depending on the weather, what the turbulence wants to do with us. Have some unruly passengers. Cruise is at 262 at 45. All right, we'll throw that in there, and we're looking at a negative 45 degrees up on top. Throw that in there. Execute the dang thing. N1 limit. Here we go. Here's the fun stuff. We're going to go to our trusty iPad, and we're going to get the VTP rolling. And let's see what kind of performance we can get out of this airplane. I'm sure we're not having a problem at 8 right. So I'm going to plug it in here. As you can see with my iPad, I like to use this. I use VTP for this. Virtual Performance Tool. The only thing I do have to do is change the aircraft to an 800. It's a PMDG, and we want the 800. So MSFS, 800 SSW. We have carbon brakes on this bad boy. I will do a walk around with you in just a little bit. After we get it done, we'll do a walk around first, then we'll do a briefing, then we'll get the heck out of here once we get the passengers loaded. So looking at the clock, we're plenty good on time so far. All right, 8 right. By the way, if you're wondering, why does this take so long? The first flight of the day, guys, takes the longest. It just, because you got to set everything up, you got to check everything. We haven't even done any of that. So all that stuff, you know, is going to happen And we haven't even done the checks yet because we've been busy doing the FO's job, typing in the all the information. 8 right, full dry. We need to do shared cockpit. That would be awesome. Okay, we're gonna just keep it at optimum. We might do a double D rate on it. We'll see. Take off. Normally we wouldn't, but we're testing that 153.5. 153.5. Yeah, okay. 153,500 pounds. Mac, I'm going to say about 24 right now. Flaps are going to be 5. I'm going to force flaps 5 on this just because it's an 800. You know, which way are we blasting off? Yeah, I mean, we could go flaps 1. Whatever. I'm just going to throw optimum then. Auto on the AC, off on the anti-ice. We could do an improved climb. Why don't we do that? And let's calculate, see what we get. What's the temp? 29? It's pretty warm. I don't know the performance, right? It's not as it's hot, it's just not high, right? If it's in Vegas, we're looking at a hot and high situation, that could be an issue. All right. Right now it's saying temperature 32 degrees. I'll throw that there. We're looking at 32 degrees. Of course, we're going to all write it down. We have to. Our paperwork, right? So temperature right here, 32 degrees. Let's put that right there. That's our cell temp. And flaps 1. They're going to call for flaps 1 today, so we'll throw 1 in there. And our trim's going to be about 575. We're looking at 151. So this is pretty good. And 155. We're screaming on that one. Screaming. Okay. Good. Everybody's good with that. So those are our numbers. Let's look at our margins really quick. You can't see what I'm looking at, but let me throw you the margins. ATM margins. All engines go. Looking at 7,700 feet. Engine out go is 7,300 feet. And accelerate stop 8,100 feet with about 2,300 feet of margin with us. We're looking at 6-knot headwind with a 7-knot crosswind on runway 8 right. I'm good with those numbers. Are you? I hope you're good with those numbers too. And we're rock and roll. All right, so that's done. We are going to now look. We're still getting the gas on the aircraft. I'm just going to do a couple of preliminary things. We're going to go ahead and just drop down here and test our lights while we're waiting to do our. We don't want to really jump into the flows yet. We do want to do a couple of these just emergency flows, get them out of the way, just so if we had a bad airplane, we can get the spare over here. And guess what the spare is? Does anybody want to guess what spare we have? You guessed it, it's an MD-83. That's one of our spares. All our 700s or 800s are flying around, and you can't use a 600 because you can't fit all the people in there. So we'll throw this to standby. There we are. And I'm going to come upstairs here, just do a few things. Yacht Emperor's coming on. Let's go ahead and take a look at our emergency stuff. Park brake should be on. That's no bueno. There we go. All right, we're going to test this. Nickel test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's your nickel test and dime. 10 lights. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 on that side. Nickel dime's good. And last thing we want to do is come over here and test our cargo. Good. Done. All that set. And push the throttle. Throttle. Good. Good. And last but not least, let's check your stab. Oh, yeah, it's doing good, right? Well, let's go ahead and flip the switch. That stops it, right? So that's your motor. You want to make sure that's good to go. You don't want to take off with that thing not working. That would be a problem. Squibs. Did we test our squibs? I don't remember. Let's check the squibs. Almost done with like the emergency stuff. All right, that's good. Squibs are good. And TCAS coming on board. 3 pins there. We're testing our TCAS. that is down. Look at the fire extinguisher. We're good. We have ropes and everything else. Okay, TCAS, what do you say?
TCAS test. Pass.
All right, that's good. We're going to hold this for 5 seconds. This is the EGPWS, Enhanced Ground Proximity Warning System. Let it
Glide
go.
slope.
It's going to go through a whole bunch of things.
Pull up.
All right, now we're waiting for
Wind
everybody.
shear. Wind
We're going
shear.
to start our flow
Wind
here.
shear.
That's good. Stall
Terrain.
warning
Terrain.
test.
Pull up.
Airspeed low. Airspeed
Test
low.
number 2.
Sink rate. Pull up.
Clap it.
Terrain. Pull
Good,
up.
good. Those are off. That's
Don't
on.
sink.
Check that. That light should go
Don't
off. Good.
sink.
All that's good.
Too low.
That's
Terrain.
Good. PSU light is good.
Too low. Gear.
All right, coming on
Too
down.
low. Flaps.
I'm not going to do a full thing
low.
yet because we're not
Terrain.
there. But let's go
Glide
ahead
slope.
and get the fuel truck off
Bank
the aircraft.
angle.
So that's
Bank
done.
angle.
Release the
100.
fuel, and I'll call for boarding.
50. 30. 10.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
All right.
Wind shear. Too
So
low.
let's finish
Terrain.
this really quick, and then I'll call for boarding. How's that? We're doing
Caution.
32
Terrain.
degrees. 32
Terrain.
degrees right
Terrain.
there. That
Pull
looks good.
up.
Takeoff coming up. We got flaps 1 today. CG is probably going to be around 24. We might change that as we go. And then our numbers are going to be 100 and what do we write down? 151, 151. So 151, 151, 100 and screaming out of here. 155. That's an improved climb. It's just going to help us go a little quicker. We're not sitting there putzing around. All right, that's good. Let's go ahead and systems. Check hydraulics. We've got 92, 92. Oil quantities 95, 95. So 7 o'clock right now. I want to get out of here in a few minutes. Probably, I think the push is. Let me look what time we're supposed to push. I just had it. I had it on here. You can. Let me show you guys. I've got it pulled up. So let me show you right here. This is the route. We've got Miami 40. We're doing Miami Cleveland 7:30. So we're pushing out here at 7:30. Time check right now is 7. Perfect time to get the passengers boarded. Let's go ahead and do that now. We'll board them. And I'll do the walk around. We'll come back. We'll do our pre-flight stuff, the rest. And we're going to be good. I'm going to request boarding. That should be good to go. All right. Now, you want to make sure that this is going to work. So sometimes it should work, but sometimes it won't. So you want to make sure that the passengers get loaded up correctly, your payload's good to go. And I'm just going to click return. I'm going to click payload because I want to make sure that gets filled in when they start the boarding process. We're not done. We're going to come over here to our cruise section, or excuse me, a legs page. We'll go route data. I'm going to go ahead and request those winds in. And then we'll walk the aircraft, come back, make sure we're good to go. We have a good jet. All right, comments. Instructions, crew member. Christopher, how are you? Cool. Okay, I Fly Max, it's good to see you. Hey, John, what's going on, man? None shall pass. I need to mute your stream when you're doing systems test and I'm flying. It's true. I have a small heart attack. Is this going to be a DC-6 route? No, it's not going to be a DC-6 route. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's not even in my vocabulary. What is that airplane? Okay, I'm going to go click load. He's been trying to get me to buy a DC-6 forever. You know what we could do? We can buy a DC-6 just for a heritage flight. How's that? Just for air shows. That'd be fun. No, I don't want to do that right now. Okay, forecast uplink ready. We already did that, so take a look. You can see how the winds are good. Go to back to the legs page. Do you want to board the crew? No, we're on the aircraft. Thanks. Let's go out. We're going to do a pre-flight inspection. Let's do it. All right, welcome to the beautiful 800. This is the newer update that we have. We just come out of here. You come down those stairs and you go right to the nose gear. That's the first thing you do. So look at the nose gear. It's looking good, nice and pretty. Nothing banged up. Come over here, take a look at the tap probe. Tap probe is good. Alpha vane right there. Pitot tubes right there. Radome's looking good on this side. Now we're gonna come over here. Windshield wipers look good, and the windshield's good to go. Right on back here. I'm gonna dip down into the nose gear now. Take a look at that. That looks good all the way up. Snubbers. You guys know what these snubbers are? You ever see these guys? right here. What's called? They're snubbers. Anybody know what they're for? Little quiz. E&E bay is closed. Alright, torpedo tube, alpha vane looks good on this side. Windows good, doors closed. We are on ground power. Good there, coming across. Static port is clear and good to go. Static up there looks good. And they're loading our bags for us. How are you this morning? I would grab a couple and throw them on the belt. Really, I would. It's the funnest job ever. Loading 737. Okay, that's good. The drain mast looks good. We have the antenna right there. Well, I think it's a VOR antenna. There's another antenna there. Good to go. Looking at the engine, you want to make sure that maintenance didn't screw it up. John doesn't have a puddle of oil on the bottom, which he doesn't. Looks like he tied it up good. And we're looking at our fan blades. Looks good. Through there, same thing over here. Cowlings, everything is closed. Leading edge of the aircraft, you want to make sure the fueling panel is closed, which it is. That'll be right there. That looks good and closed. Coming on down. Strake. A split scimitar winglet is on the aircraft. That's good. FlyCoastalAirways.com, folks. If you didn't know our website, now you do. Okay, these are flap canoe fairings. They're on the aircraft, so that's where you'd want to see them. If they were off the airplane, we still could fly. We just have to do an MEL. We'd have to call John and his maintenance team. They'd have to come over here and make sure, do the paperwork, and we'd be out. All right, let's get our head up in the wheel well in the 737. This is where the guts live, right here, guys. This is a hydraulic reservoir. Right, there's our other hydraulic reservoir. There's 3 hydraulic reservoirs. What is the problem about being so close to each other? Does anybody know? By the way, these things right there, these little cylinder looking things, that's fire bottles. So you have 1, 2, and I think there's 2 fire bottles plus the APU uses 1, 2. So if you had an APU fire, you can yank this. I don't know if you knew that, but you can actually fight the fire from the wheel well. That's when they start the APU. If the ground personnel's on the ground and it starts to go, that's what you would do. You say, holy crap, there's an APU fire on board. Excuse me, dude, I don't know why you're wearing a coat. It's Miami. It's hot. All right, that door is closed. Look like the pitot tube's good, and the door is closed here. If that's the APU inlet, and we're looking at the outflow valve. That's good to go. Honey Wagon. They serviced the aircraft last night, so all that is dumped, and we have water on the airplane. We're looking at the elevator now, straight across. Looks good. We have the static. Looking at the static ports, not the static, the static wicks. Making sure we get struck by lightning, all that can get dissipated off the aircraft. Energy just kind of goes off those wicks and doesn't damage the airplane. I look at the upper surface of the wing. That looks good. Again, we have a drain mast here. This guy's, look at this. She's chilling. I like it. What kind of music are we listening to? I like her dancing. That's cool. I'll be listening to some hip hop, man. That was, looks like she was jamming to some hip hop tunes. All right, brakes are good. Tires look good. Again, here we're just going to stand up into the wheel well and just have a look. All these, look at just the chaos in here. It's awesome. I love it in here. A lot of fun. You can see these cables and pulleys. Yes, this aircraft is cables and pulleys. That is your actuator for your, see that right there? It's a torque tube. That is for your flap. Believe it or not. And those are your fire bottles. Looking good. Okay. Tires looking good here. Looks like John put a brand new set of tires on here. We get about 150 landings each one of those before we have to replace them. All right, that looks good. Got 50 passengers aboard. Probably just enough time for us to go do our departure briefing, and then that's it. Get your comments seen here. Again, looking for the bottom. No oil, anything like that. Cowlings are good. Everything's closed the way it should look. Fan blades looking good. Nothing cracked, broken. No birds in there, anything like that to speak of. Inlet probe is good. Again, that is good. And the last but not least on this side, Or take a look at your static port on this side and that side. We are done. Let's jump back in the flight deck. We're going to do our briefing,
Pass, please.
and we're going to get going. I just want to make sure I got the right. Yeah, I do. Okay. All right, guys. Let's do a quick briefing, and we'll get you out of here. Hopefully on time
Good
push.
morning.
We need to get out of here on time, so be aware of that. All right, let's go to here. We're going to go to here. Let's take a look at our departure charts. And Sid, we're doing the
Hello.
Hurricane 4. Hurricane 4 departure. Let's go ahead and plug that in there. And there we go. Full view. Okay, we're taking off on 9 right. Going to come out here. Looks like direct to sea salt. While I'm going to do this, I'm going to look down on the FMC and make sure we're good. We got sea salt deals, live, and then over to Nibbit, or what is that? Nibilt, then Jones,
Boarding pass,
Hurricane, Black. I don't think we are doing that run. Pyros, and then up to Kapasa. And then after that, we're gonna stop. I'm gonna look at my Navgraph charts now. I have you guys go heads down and look at your.
please. Welcome on board.
I'm gonna have you guys go look at the FMC while I look at the actual chart. We got Kapasa, then Daffy. Then we have Camjo coming up to Berg, Niels, HVQ, then Janice. Now we've got a disco, so we're gonna have to throw that disco. Let's go ahead and call it up to Janice right there.
Welcome
We'll
on
execute that. There's Janice, and then we're gonna do our arrival. So the arrival looks like this. It doesn't look like that. That's not it. Just humor me for a minute. Here and here and here,
Welcome on
and we're
board.
doing the Roland tube. And this is what we got from Cleveland. So we're doing 2/8, so we're going to be landing on this way. Looks like Janice to Joplin.
Hello.
You guys see that right there? Joplin, then Jetty at 280 on the speed between 17,000 and 230. Then we got Roland from 17 to 11. Then we've got Stone from 14 to 9. Yes, and then we're doing meet,
Hello.
then clap. So meet straight up, then clap, and then 7,000 right there, and 210 knots. If anybody you know, in Cleveland, there's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So a lot of these things are music related. So if you were ever wondering, why is this named this way? That's why. All right, departure. We're not done yet. Let's go to the departure out of here. Again, that was the star. We went with the Sid. Just a couple things I want to go over with you before we actually get into the briefing. I just gave you a little bit of briefing, but
Welcome
what the
on
heck,
board.
we're doing Hurricane 4. I thought I actually pinned that little guy. All right, so one thing I do want to talk about is the climb gradient. You got to know your airplane, folks. Got to know the proper way it climbs, everything like that. We're looking at top altitude 5,000 feet. We're going to
Welcome
set
on
that.
board.
And we're looking at 9-8 right. So standard with minimum climb gradient 500 feet per nautical mile to 520 feet. Then a
Welcome
minimum
on
climb
board.
gradient of 235 feet to 1,400 feet. We'll make that happen. Not a problem for us. We can do it. Take a look at right here. Looking at 200 knots, 230 feet per minute.
way.
We're looking at 767 feet on the climb. Easy. No problem. We can even make 500 feet a minute at 1,600 feet. What do we need? We need 500 feet a minute. So we need 1,600 feet. That is not a problem. This airplane can do that
Hello.
blindfolded. So no problem with that. Good performance, what I'm trying to say. Hey, Pops, how are you? Snubbers, stop the tires rotating in the wheel well. They do. That's
This way, please.
good job, Snubbers. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. All right. Ready to go here, guys. We're going to do our flows as we're still
Good morning.
boarding passengers. Let's do our flows. Just want to make sure that the 3002, it is not correct. So I'm going to go ahead and set that right now. I don't know why it didn't do anything. 2 right there. Okay. 3002 set. Oh, let's pull up the bumper here and let's go. So that overhead is done. We're coming down the chute here. It looks good. All the fuel pumps coming on except for one. Actually, all of them are coming on. And the center tank. We're going to burn from center as well. So those pumps coming on. Seatbelt signs are on.
Welcome on board.
Coming up here. We're going to go ahead and throw this to APU generator. We're going to get that started here. Window heat is coming on. Then, what the heck? We're going to test it. So I'm going to throw it to overheat. All 4 lights come on. Then back off. Then back on. Good. And I'm going to wait on those hydraulic pumps just until we get everything going. And that's good. We're going to go ahead and throw in 34,000 feet. 34,000, and we're landing, I think Cleveland's right around that 1,000-foot range.
This way,
Let's
please.
just look at my paperwork, but whatever. Elevation's about 800 feet. Yeah, it's about 800. 800 feet on the elevation. All right, there. Okay, 800 feet, good to go on top. We're going to go to the right side. Right side igniters first, then drop down here. Let's go over here, and we're going to go up to 5,000. Looks like all the passengers are on board. Good. We'll give them a briefing. Get the heck out of here. 5,000 feet set. Master's on my side, although you wouldn't. Yes, master's good, and we're looking at 155. 155 on the speed. Set, and of course, heading. We want to do our basically runway heading. Let's talk about if we had an engine fire. I'll do a briefing with you on that. We'll brief kind of some stuff that I was thinking of. Shoot, Jason. Gotta go around. Go around this way. Oh, man. Breaking my arm. All right, 40, 50, 70, there's 80, there's 90. Okay. We're set there. RTO's coming down. Oof. All right, looks good. Reset the fuel flow. They did last night. We already checked that. Let's check this. Everything else is good to go. All that is programmed on the back. That's all done. This is all done except for that. And I'll take a look at if anybody's online or not. ACARS is telling us the following. We're going to go ahead and do the Daffy. Altitude is squawk 3630. So we'll go ahead and squawk that code 3630. 3630 on the 3630 on the squawk code. Okay, that's standby. Zeroed and zeroed. I'm going to go ahead and throw my panel lights. Oh, I kind of want to keep those on just a little bit. That one. All right, let's talk about, we got 15 minutes. We're going to get out of here shortly. Let's talk about, we'll start the APU in about 5. All right, but we want to do a couple things. We want to talk about just what to expect on the departure, what we're going to do, and all that. We're going to take 8 right for the departure. So as I was stating before, 8 right in the departure. We know the performance is good. Let's go ahead and talk about some contingencies. I do want to talk about some threats. Today's a threat would be VATSIM traffic. All right, so we're going to definitely use our Unicom today for that. We're going to come up to Papa, and it's going to be Papa 8 right, and we're going to go out. Take off to the east. If we have a problem on the aircraft after departure, first thing we're going to do, we'll assess the situation. We will stabilize the aircraft. That's the first thing we're going to do is fly the airplane, pitch power, the whole 9 yards. Once that is done, we'll get the airplane stable enough where maybe we can get the autopilot on. If we were flying with 2 people, you know, it depends on what the situation was. We would do a turn back and take delayed vectors right back to Miami. Just basically do a nice pattern, and we'll come right back in at 9. Runway 9er for us is going to be a ILS, and I'm just going to pull up the chart. I've got the chart pulled up on my iPad just so I have it, just in case. 110.9er. I am going to throw that in on the number 2 standby. 110.9er, just in case we had to do a return back to the airport. Actually threw that frequency in. We can just do a return back and land. Anything under 80 knots, if we're on the runway, we're rotating and we have 80 knots or below, something happens, we're just going to stop the aircraft. Unless it's a nuisance alarm, as we see like a door. You know, if we're below 80 knots, that's the low speed regime. We just stop the airplane, that's fine. Anything above 80 knots to V1, which is 151, I believe, we are going to stop only for engine fire, failure, fear, or shear. If we hit any wind shear alerts and or wind shear warnings, we have to stop the aircraft. All right. Any engine fires, we'll stop the airplane. 8470 over 8470, and we're looking at 7760 with a total of 24.7. Thank you, sir. I gotta sign that. Okay, oil quantities are 95, and hydraulic quantities were 92. One threat I want to talk about today is going to be VATSIM traffic. We're going to mitigate that by using our eyeballs, and we're going to listen. Okay, those are the two things we're listening to. Any terrain in the area, we don't. We have the ocean. I will throw on the terrain just to have it, and that is it. That's one of the threats I want to talk about. Obviously, if we were really taking off out of Miami, I'd be briefing birds. Bird strikes are a possibility out of here. Birds in the vicinity of the airport. We got coastal here. We've got a lot of seabirds, a lot of pelicans around. They could take an airplane out pretty quick. So we want to make sure we get on that climb pretty good. We're going to climb 5,000 feet, and then we'll probably just vector ourselves up. Okay. That's all I got. Looks like air traffic control has somehow disappeared. Our ATC's gone. We had the whole thing lit up before, and now they're all gone. So we could throw say intentions if you guys want that. We'll go ahead and get that going. Glad to see you back in the 7-3. Yes, so am I. It's a good airplane. I do like it. So you guys want say intentions? It's probably going to be the best bet for us. I will stay on. VATSIM just because, but we could get say intentions going, I think. All right, so let's get say intentions pulled up for us so we can listen to some air traffic control. Next. What are you doing? And one last thing I want to do as well, get this pulled up for us. Time check. What do we got? What are we looking at? Well, I have to install. I have to do another route. So I'm going to delete that. We're going to have to pull this one on. Time check is 7:20. We got 10 minutes to go. Let's go ahead and start the APU. Scroll down, no, yes, okay, hold on, there's so many screens pulled up. I'm trying to find the right one. Where are you saying intentions?
Spot 54, say again.
Okay, APU's coming online here. Let's do it.
6278, runway 8 left, taxi via Kilo.
APU start. Shut the doors and let's get going. All right, ground ops coming in. We're going to close all doors. I'm going to go ahead and arm all the doors, please. Okay, arm all doors. The flight attendants will shut the door. See you later. Have a good flight. Yeah, I'll let you know if there's any problem. You let me know if there's any problems. How's that? Good. There are eyes and ears. The flight attendants back there. Okay. Looks good. Are we done? Did we get the thing ready to go? Looks like we did. All right. Okay, folks. Looking good. We're starting the airplane APU coming online. Oh, see what happened? See what didn't happen? Look, this didn't happen. So we're going to go 16. matter of fact, I have the numbers right in front of me. We have 13. So we're going to go 13 in the business
American
section in the
363,
first
Miami
class. Hello.
America 740 Miami ground. Any
Gosh.
update on your gate?
Are you kidding me right now?
Europa 098 Heavy Miami ground. Plan for 8 right and stand by.
Payload. No. Hold on. That's gonna not be good. Why? Okay, why? Okay, that's not what I want to do. So I want to try to get this the right number. So we want 13 there. And it won't take it. Why won't it take it?
1001 Heavy crossing it 12 Zulu. Continue
Gosh,
to
hold
Quebec.
Cross, runway 12 via Zulu, and left on Quebec, Kilo
I'm just
1,
going to disarm the
Kilo
door. I'm just going to pop this door open. I just want to see something if that works. I don't think it will, but it's a stupid theory I have.
American 207 Heavy Miami ground. Taxi via Quebec. Whiskey November to the ramp today.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Transauto 8132. Give way to an Airbus 320 on Kilo, then push back on the Kilo to cruise.
13 doesn't take it. What if I go 50? Doesn't take it. All right, fine. I'm going to go 0 fuel weight. 0 fuel weight is 129.4. Will that take it? Yes. Crisis averted.
Cruise 1649.
Stupid.
Continue via Papa. Zulu, Quebec.
Don't know. Don't know.
American 1566 Miami ground. Give way to company Airbus 321 on November, then push
Oh
back
my
on
gosh, look at all the
November
doors are open. Everything's open.
Yellow 1001 Heavy, Monte Tower 183, good day.
Close all, please.
Europa 098 Heavy, runway 8 right, taxi via Victor, Quebec.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, on the bus, we're good to go. That was weird. Go to return. We're going to go to ground services, release the air conditioning cart. We're on the bus now. Ground power's coming off. Chocks are removed. And let's call for push.
Frontier Flight 4954 Miami ground, give way to Europa out of spot 16.
Can you guys hear the air traffic controllers?
Taxi via Papa,
Or not?
hold short of Zulu.
Anybody? Checklist time. Let me know if you guys can hear the air traffic
Hello,
control.
Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Okay, fuel pumps are all on and our fuel is good. We've got passenger signs are on. Window heat is on.
Cruise
Window heat is
1649,
on.
Monte
Pressure's
Tower
coming up
183, good day.
right now.
Yellow 1001 Heavy, if you're still on this frequency, pull left closer to the LATAM.
Hydraulic pumps are on. Doors are closed. Just verify that. Doors are closed. Yep. Okay, pressurization is set and auto. Yes, it is. Auto brakes on RTO. And our stab trim is set. Before start check is complete. Let's go. ET's coming up. And time out. Shoot, I need to start Volanta.
Locking gear.
Always forget it. It's always a good thing to have that, you know, around.
Europa 98 Heavy, Monte Tower 183, good day.
Oh my gosh, where is it? You know what? I ain't got time. I ain't got time. Like, I just don't have time right now. All right, what we're gonna do is do a clearance, and I'll just get a voice clearance. How's that? We want to do
November 4.
nose to the left, tail right, but you're going to wait now because I got to get
540,
clearance.
Release parking brakes, please.
Miami
Not
ground,
yet.
taxi via Quebec, Yankee, hold short November.
Miami Riptide
Quebec,
197
Yankee,
looking
hold
for
short,
IFR
November,
over to
34.
Cleveland.
Frontier flight 4954,
Doesn't-
Mentas instructions, taxi via
Why would
Papa, Julie, Quebec.
I'm working on that clearance. Stand by.
We will.
American 15,
Riptide 197, cleared to Riverside via the Hurricane 4 departure, then is filed. Climb and maintain 6,000. Expect flight level 34010 minutes after departure. Departure on 120.5, squawk 5557. Expect runway 8 right.
Okay, looking at Hurricane 4 up to 6,000, 5557 for the squawk, Riptide 197.
Riptide 197, read back correct.
Okay, guys. Check, check, check. All right, there we go. Let's go for the push. You guys ready to go? 7:28. I gotta write that in there. Timeout.
348, check with the ramp, let me know
I'm gonna
if
say
your gate
7:30
assignment
for
is
the
open.
heck of it. 7:29. Brakes off. Let's go. I can hear ATC. Good deal. Can you hear the other thing? You know what I'm talking about? Brakes off. Let's go.
All engines clear. Start
All
at will.
engines are clear. Let's go. All right, we're on the way. Good old Pebble Beach. Beautiful morning in Miami. All right, guys. Nice push. Let's go. Bleeds are off. Well, excuse me. Packs are off. Bleeds are on. And we're going to fire number 2. 2 to ground. I got to get self-loading cargo working. I haven't done that in a while. TCAS coming on. 5557. Good. And one more. Okay, I'm going to do a max motoring on this. So I'm going to wait till I get this all the way up.
Please set parking brakes.
Brakes. Fuel. Brake set.
Unlocking gear.
I've got to get this camera working so you guys can see the
348,
throttle.
via Mike, hold short of 8 right at Mike 11.
Okay, we got light off.
Hold short 8 right, Mike 11.
Cut off. That's good.
Affirmative, we're switching to a west operation. It's going to be 26 right for departure.
Oh, shoot. Did you hear that? 2-6. Well, that would be good for us if they switched it.
Sky Cube 7522 heavy Miami ground, 0 to the ramp today.
One's coming. I'm going to say.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Sky 348 heavy
I
right.
didn't want to do that in your ear, so I took it all off. All right, I'm going to start number 2. Number 1. Sorry, number 1. Nope, that ain't right. Number 1, ground. There we go. All right, you see this guy with the pin? All right there. You want to make sure he's got the pin and the flag. You would salute and see you later, dude. So they're going west ops right now in real life. That's lovely. Oh, crap. 121.8. Looking for max motoring here. 121.8. Fuel on. Looks like in real life, VATSIM is not doing that. We have a light. This is a real target right there at Delta. That sounds great. Got a nice light, and we have a rollback. 2 good starts on the aircraft. All right, we're gonna come down here and 1, 2, APU off. Coming up, and let's take a look at everything we need right here. That's not the right one. That is not the right one. What are you doing? All right, that's good. That's not. This is it. Looking for the battery. Gen 1s, Gen 2s, inverters. Good. Probe heat's coming online.
767 Miami ground.
Down, up. All right, let's go ahead and throw the packs. Lead. Coming down here. Continuous, continuous. Lights. Flaps. Flaps 1. I was going to say flaps 5, but it's flaps 1. Watch your knees. Let's do it. Oh, man. Oh, man. I know what I'm going to have to do. This ain't going to work for me. So, what I'm going to do, really quick, is make sure the settings are right. So, if the settings aren't right, because with SU5, it jacked everything up. I'm sure you guys have found out already. If you've flown, you're going to say, what the heck? I mean, it screwed everything up. It screwed the eye tracker up. It screwed everything up. I was like, really? It's the one thing I don't want you to mess up is my dang flight controls. Like, really? Toby eye track was all goofy. So I had to redo that. I had to find the right profile, and I did, so it works. Good. It's a little more smooth with the view. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at. That will clear that and checklist time.
Stand by, plan for 26 bus. American 1961 Miami ground, straight ahead whiskey to the ramp today. American 2863 Miami ground.
Okay, taxi. Generators on, properties on, anti-ice is off, flight controls are free, flaps are on the green, transponders free. All right, let's go. Brakes off.
2612, join November, hold short of November 6th.
Anytime, brakes off.
Giant 348 just United, continue taxiing, hold short of 8 right at Lima, correction at Mike 11.
United, continue taxi, hold short 8 right at Mike 11. Done for 8 minutes.
Now they're changing the flow, but I think they're still landing. Yeah, they're still landing. At least that's it.
Runway 26 right, taxi via Kilo.
Let's see.
American 1566, runway 26 left, taxi via Mike, give way to the 777.
Weather, yeah, 26 left and right, so we're going to go ahead and change it up. Let's see what Say Intentions is saying. Say Intentions, of course, is saying.
Taxi via November, Juliet, hold short of Papa, check on the gate.
We probably ought to go. Miami ground, Riptide 197, taxi please. We're going to go 26 right here.
Riptide 197, Miami ground, runway 8 right, taxi via Papa Mike 1.
Yeah, well,
Miami ground, it's going to be 26 left, runway 26
I think we're going to go 26 left. We're going to get an airplane coming in on this arrival. I don't see anybody else. We're on VATSIM, so I want to make sure. We got one traffic coming in. What's he doing?
American 1069 Miami ground, you're on request, plan for 26 left.
We're planning for 26 left, guys. I'm going to go ahead and just redo everything. I know what Say Intentions is saying, but at the same time, we're on VATSIM. We got to do what real world weather is giving us, okay? So we will make the adjustment as we get a little closer. All right, I'm going to call Tower here. What was it? 118.
American 1069, runway 26 left, taxi via November 11, Mike.
November 11 and Mike for runway 26 left.
That's 118.3.
American 1054, runway 26 left, taxi via November, hold short November 10.
November, hold short November 10 for runway 26 left, 54.
Let's give a call. Miami traffic, Riptide 197. Anybody on final for runway 9er? I think they're changing right now to the west flow.
Yeah, sir, Delta 1588, speaking off runway 9er, again, taxing to ramp, by Tango crossing 30 to the ramp.
American 1566, Monster Tower 183, good day. American 775, continue taxiing via Mike, hold short of Mike 7.
American 775 up on runway
American 1054,
1210.
continue taxiing via Mike.
Alright, we got a guy on final. 5 miles.
American 1069, follow company 73 up the direction at November 10.
And that traffic landing on 1-2. We'll hold for you. We got to change the box anyway.
United 2612, Roger, join, come back to the ramp today.
Okay, brake set. Let's go ahead and change the box, guys. We're going to go ahead and out of here on 27. So, there, departure. We're going to go 27 now. It's going to change everything. Takeoff speeds, the whole 9 yards.
Traffic, American 840
Envoy 3794, join November to the ramp today.
Alright, Hurricane 4, is it still
FedEx 114,
valid?
contact ground on 121.8. Ground FedEx 114.
Still valid, it's just a different runway. We got to do our... The question you're going to ask me, do we have to do the performance numbers over? The answer is yes, you do. Even though we're on the longer runway, we're going to go 27 here. And just everything's the same essentially. We just hit calculate. The heading is going to be obviously different, and we're just going to make sure we've got. We're going to go basically 298 to Crocs and Russ. The numbers are looking good, even better than before. Flaps are 1. And we're looking at a similar trim, cell temp coming in at 38. So cell temp now set 38. We're good there. Flaps are 1. We're going to go numbers of 152. 152. You guys can't see. Sorry. 152, 152. And 155. So generally the same, just changes it around. And one thing that does change is our where we're going, so like our heading and stuff like that. So the first waypoint, we've got Crocs to Russ, and then up to Nibbit. So everything else is the same.
Miami traffic, American 840 heavy is on 5 miles to the island on the 9, Miami.
Oh, for crying out loud. We gotta wait, guys. We got a 5 miler on runway 9er. Once he goes, we're good to go, guys. Oh, hey, Patrick, how you doing, man? You can hear him. Good to see you. You know what? While we're waiting, I'm going to reset my camera. I'll be right back. Once he departs, we're good to go. That works. All right, I wanted to adjust that. That's a heavy aircraft too, guys. We don't want to mess with that guy. Just burning fuel. Don't worry about us. This is kind of a crazy question. Do you still have the Rangers team schedule on Discord? Or did you take it down? I didn't take it down. It's all on there, man. That stuff, all that stuff stays on our Discord channel. So, and by the way, if you go on our channel FSBN, the entire season's on there. Well, minus the members. You know, the member streams we did. But you're a member, so you should probably have the entire season. Okay, that airplane just landed. We're going to go ahead and blast off out of here soon once he's clear of the runway. And we're out of here. Hopefully you guys are ready. I'm ready. And this is why we do a proving flight. It's for this kind of stuff. Like, oh, nobody says a runway change. It looks like he's rolling out now. All right, let's go ahead and give a call. Okay, guys, let's do it. Looks like he's off the runway. Miami traffic, Riptide 197. Everybody clear of the 9s.
Miami traffic, Emerjet, 840 Heavy, clear runway 9 as well.
All right. Hey, Miami traffic, Riptide 197, taking runway 27, Miami. Okay, brakes off. Let's go. Sometimes. Did it work? Oh, nope, it didn't. Dang it. Now it did. Alright, we're out of here. You guys ready to go? I'll drop the HUD. And we're on there, good to go. Okay, attempt notification. Complete. Check that throttle. Bring it on back. Lights coming on. Let's say we're cleared for takeoff. I'm going to clear myself because I'll argue with Say Intentions right now. They'll be like, what are you doing? You're on the wrong runway. I'm going to say, yeah, I know. You guys didn't change over on VATSIM, so. Okay, you guys ready? Let's do this. Okay, heading is basically runway heading 270. Altitude 5,000 feet. And airspeed 155. Here we come. 27 looks good. On the roll. Auto throttle's up. 40.
On runway 27.
Alright, waiting for it, waiting for it, waiting for it, waiting for it, waiting for it. Push it down. Bring it on up. Toga's up.
Approaching.
Reset this. There we are. 60 knots. There's 80
knots.
If there's an FSLT traffic on the runway, it looks like it.
Rotate.
Whoa. He's probably like, what the heck? That's right, I just did a little slide slip for you, buddy. Gear up. That was Say Intentions traffic, because Say Intentions, it's not exactly real world, so yeah. Okay, on the 20 degrees on the nose, we'll bug it up. Set speed. Man, lots of turbulence up here. That sound, you guys hear that stupid sound? What is it? It's annoying the crap out of me. Ever since the shoot, hold on, control wheel. Give me control wheel steering here. All right, so flaps coming up. We're jamming. Let me go ahead and call departure. Come on, man. All right, fly the airplane. Wow, this is buggy. Okay. Flaps are up good. We're going to go ahead and accelerate to 250. Lots of turbulence. I've got real, we've got live turbulence on, so I want to see how that is going to interact with the aircraft. You can see that stupid sound. That was right after SU-5. It's doing that crap, and it's annoying. Command, LNAV, VNAV. Let's go ahead and climb it out. Go to 10,000, you guys. Let's see what it does. It wants to grab Crocs. Ooh. That's a nice little ride. I got to get back on to St. Intentions here now. After they're going to scream at me. What are you doing? All right, 250 knots climbing. Command, VNAV, LNAV is on. Let the airplane go. We got the flaps are up. Flaps are up, gears up. And let's go ahead and call the... man, let's call St. Intentions and see what we got going on. What is that sound? Where is that coming? It's so annoying. Guys, it's annoying. All right, St. Intentions now. Let's go ahead and call departure. Where are you? I should have wrote that. 120.5. Miami departure, Riptide 197, climbing through 7,000.
Riptide 197, Miami departure, radar contact, direct sea salt.
Okay. Can we get direct to Niblet?
Riptide 197, unable direct Midland, proceed filed route.
Okay, well, that's what we're going to do. Because that's the end of that. All right, that's annoying. That noise, what add-on or what setting is that noise? Because it's really annoying. Okay. Harkin for Miami departure, Riptide 197. What altitude would you like us to climb at, sir?
Riptide 197, climb and maintain flight level 280.
All right, 280 on the climb, Riptide 197. 280 on the climb, folks. Here we go. So annoying. That is an SU-5 thing, but I've got the real turbulence on, and you can see the airplane's getting rocked. We're getting our butts kicked up here, like we're flying a 152. I mean, look at that. Holy crap. It wouldn't be like that bad. Oh, I mean, it's forecasted to be pretty bumpy, but that is a little absurd, don't you think? I'm just saying. Wow. Jeez. Man. All right, there's 10,000 feet. We're going to go ahead and retract the retractable lights. And I'll let the flight attendants know we're through 10. All right, climb check, come up, check our pressurization, make sure that's good to go. Taxi lights are off, we don't need those on. And our engine, if we keep getting in those bumps, we might have to keep the igniters running just because it's a little bit bumpy. Yeah. All right, somebody clip that for Discord. Jason needs to do a safety report. Do what? Oh. The airplane on the runway? Yeah, whatever. Do you have a program that simulates turbulence or head movement or effects like that? That's probably the shaking sound. Well, yes, I do. But, all right, so here's the deal. I've updated SU-5. Does anybody have that sound? Let's do some troubleshooting. If you guys say no, then I know it's not SU-5, and it's either chase plane or it's the turbulence, or it could be... I haven't updated any of my stuff.
197, so. Climb and maintain flight level 320.
320 on the climb, Riptide 197. 320. 320 set. Okay, climb check. Packs and bleeds. They are auto and on. Ooh, isolation valve. This should be auto. Pressurization is checked. Oh, baby. Okay, wait a minute. There we go. That is coming down. That is so flippin' hot. It's about 70 degrees in the cabin. I want that sucker cold for me. 60s. That'll be good. I want to freeze. Start switches are off. APU's off. Flaps are up. No lights. Climb checklist complete. All right. Good departure, except for that airplane on the runway. Other than that, that wasn't a live target. That was a say intentions target. That's the problem when you're on VATSIM. You either take one or the other, right? Because sometimes that'll happen where say intentions is landing the east and real life they're going west. So you're on VATSIM, you got to do what real life is doing. Do you have a program? Okay, so you guys tell me if you have run SU5, does anybody have that turbulent sound? If the answer is no, I've got to either research because I haven't updated my
contact Miami Center on 132.45.
3245 CL. I haven't done anything. Miami Center Riptide 197 climbing 320.
Riptide 197 climb and maintain flight level 320.
Okay, we're climbing to 320. Riptide 197. Okay, that's done and we're good. We got 18,000 feet, so that's in. Lights are coming off. And you guys, I think next week we're going to be flying a Southwest run. I think we'll do 2 legs for you next week. I'm hoping the max. Let's jump in the max. Okay, back to the drawing board. It's either
197 contact Miami Center on 133.55.
3355. That is what? What are you, ZMA? What number? 133.5. Miami Center Riptide 197 climbing 19,000 for flight level 320.
Riptide 197, Miami Center. Good morning.
You know what it could be? Chase plane. It could be chase plane because I updated chase plane. I didn't update like active sky or anything like that. So it could be chase plane. Does anybody run chase plane in the new SU5 version? Has anybody gotten that dumb sound that I'm hearing when we're hitting the turbulence? It's really annoying. 80.
Riptide 197, climb and maintain flight level 340.
All right, climb maintain 340, Riptide 197. 340 now. 40 up. Execute that, and last but not least, we're looking at 133.5. I don't think I'm in the right sector. Something tells me I'm not.
Miami Center, Envoy 3858, flight level 310.
Envoy 3858, radar contact.
Alright, let's take a listen here. Let's see what we got. So it could be chase plane, unless you guys don't have the same thing and you're running chase plane. I don't know. Nunchuck asks, check in chase plane under menu groups, maybe play around with the pilot group settings. It's never done that before, so that's a new one for me. If it was chase plane, it's a new thing that's happening. It's honestly never had that before, so kind of a strange deal, if you ask me. All right, 23,000 folks. Let me give you the ride report. We should have a nice ride until the Appalachians. When we get to, you know, that side, it's going to be a little on the bumpy side. So in the upper altitude where we're going to be in the 3.5 range. Maybe we could climb up to 380 if we can, and we can kind of get over the top of the shear. There's a little bit of shear going on up in the upper levels. Just there's some lower pressure on the east, and there's a higher pressure, and that shear line in between causes a little bit of bumps. So I'm anticipating that. So I would have obviously briefed the flight attendants already and said, hey, you know, we're going to keep you until we get up to cruise altitude. Nothing we can do, really. Oops, I didn't want that. We're going to be hunting for... We're going to be hunting for altitudes, apparently.
American 2230, Miami Sir, so maintain level 340.
Alright, I got a drink.
Miami Easy, American 2467, 25 2, the other movers. American 2467, Miami Sir, rather.
I do not want to,
Different.
hang on, let me lower this down. You know, the thing about Cleveland, you guys, is that Cleveland used to be a hub. It used to be a continental hub. And when United and them merged, they, you know, obviously United has Chicago. So they were like, well, that doesn't make sense to have these hubs this 300 miles away from each other. So they drew it down. So that's why Cleveland lost a lot of connecting traffic, just because of
Vision 502, Miami Sir, Lauderdale, altimeter is 3004.
Anyway, it's a bummer. So that was it was prime for us to go into, especially with the loss of Spirit.
Delete them until
that's going to help.
Publish up Dan.
They did put out a new experimental version chase plane, which I have. I had to uninstall and reinstall it for however flight so I can't test that. I'll check chase plane. I'm suspect of it. But I noticed it right after I installed the MD-80. I could, you know what? I think it is chase plane. It said it could be a chase plane thing. I don't know. That's the only thing I've updated, obviously.
Contact Houston Center on 132.175.
132.175, E JetBlue 1434, see you.
Alright, we got, it's nice and smooth now, right, folks? Shoot. Watch, I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to get rocked. I knew it. I knew it. I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm like, oh, it's smooth. No, it's not smooth. Sit your butts down, folks. I didn't stand them up either, so for this reason. Now, we're gonna, as I told you, the upper atmosphere is going to be pretty rocky today. Just because of what we've got going on. See that dumb noise? What is that noise? It's annoying.
5,500 feet with you. There's 20521, Miami Sir, Roger, and the Lauderdale altimeter is 3004.
Paste
3004, 2054.
You know, it's saying...
So 1453, Miami Sir, Roger, and the Miami altimeter is 3005.
You know, looking at the my radar plots here, guys, I don't see, you know, maybe over Pyros it's supposed to be, it's going to be a little bit choppy over there, but what altitude? We're at 30,000. That's radar. Let's take a look at this radar profile here. 34,000. I don't, there's a little bit of turbulence. right in that 340 where we're going to be at.
United 24,
Just kind of hit it.
Chris, United 27, 47, Roger.
Moderate
Now
drop.
line. American 1694, reaching and descending via.
Look at inside this cabin, guys. It's beautiful.
American 1694, Mr. The Miami altimeter is 3005.
So
Cobalt 441, contact number approach 125.5.
Cabin's awesome. Okay, do we look at the dreaded
429, 263 descending via the Frog 5 and we're direct to Gina.
All right, I'll show you. Oh man! All right, let's get in here. Let's get on the. I'm gonna show you how to connect to Say Intentions.
American 1847.
We're gonna go over to
126.05.
Menu. You're gonna go to Data Link, ATC. And then we're going to look at login status. You can see Riptide 197, ATC Center, Kilo, USA. Dump it right over the top, and then we're going to click Send. And we're just basically trying to get on their network.
I missed that call. Who was that?
No, we're just going to have to wait. So you wait for the 8 cars chime to come through. Then maybe we can get some
Julia Hotel
some just text stuff instead of talking. 32,000 folks. Let's see how high we can go.
Everybody.
We can go up to target. Optimal maximum is 38,000 feet. So. Maybe we burn off some altitude, burn off some fuel, and then we could climb up a little higher. The 3.4 is going to be better than 3.5 is going to be better than 3.4, but we can't go. Actually, we could go.
781, traffic 10 o'clock, 5 miles southeastbound in the King Air at level 190.
34,000 feet, and we're heading over Pyros, where it's supposed to be a little bit light. It's saying it's going to be light. See that chime? You heard that? That was the A cars coming through, letting us know what's going on. We're at flight level 3 at 5340. Hello. 340 weather layers. Okay, so take a look at this. You see we have ATC uplink. We have an ATC uplink message. So we're going to go ATC menu. I'm going to go ahead and clear that, and I'm going to look at the menu, the message, log on, accepted. Okay. Click the log on, accepted. We've got it now. And that's it. So we request log accepted, back to the ATC menu, and just hold it there.
Number 1 Golf Tango, descend to maintain 11,000.
34,000 feet. So far, so good. Wasn't too bad. In terms of turbulence, I don't really see a lot. I'll give you guys an update on weather and all that. I'd call the flight attendants now, let them know, release them, start doing their service, because it's going to get really crappy. A little higher. I mean, more north. And just give you guys an idea, we're looking at about 753 nautical miles to go to Cleveland. Looks like 1416 Zulu. And right now it is 12:06. So 1416 Zulu, about 2 hours from now. It's about a 3-hour flight. So this is about 2 hours from now. I think we got 2 hours and 47 minutes. The Swatch watch.
American 1427, line is near comment at level 340.
All right. What are we talking about? So I'm excited for MK Studios, the release of Miami and Fort Lauderdale. Big deal for us at Coastal. That's our bread and butter right there. 2 airports that we are going into quite frequently. One is a hub, the other one is pretty big too.
588, confirm the call sign 588 Charlie Kilo. Roger, and where are you off of?
34,000. I want to go a little on the higher
Are you guys
side.
ready to go, or is it going to be a little bit?
Let's see what we got.
Then 8106, clear direct, please descend via Frog 5, arrival landing line.
You know, I mean, I don't. Yeah, it's gonna get
1968, Miami Center, climb and maintain at level 320.
right around the Appalachians, especially in the lower altitudes. It's gonna be bumpy. It shouldn't. There is a little bit that'll affect us around 34. I think if we could drop down to 30,000, we might be in better shape. But we'll see how we go when we get there.
Then 8106, clear direct, via Frog 5, arrival landing line.
I mean, we're doing okay. We're going to turn off the seatbelt signs right now and let them walk around the cabin. I do my PA.
Southwest 2070, descend via Pricey 5, arrival landing north.
I think the seatbelt signs work here, don't they? They do. Look at that. That's cool. Seatbelt signs are off. I think these work too.
Southwest 679, Miami Center.
Hold on, let me.
Southwest 2070, descend via the Pricey 5, arrival landing north.
I hit the wrong one and it won't be good. So I'm just going to come up here and make sure I can throw that curtain.
November 588, Julia Kilo, you were cleared from Key West International. Landing Center, Allegiant 968, flight level 270. Climb and maintain.
Awesome.
Allegiant 968, radar contact.
Level 301, that's departure. Walk 1460.
All right, folks, we're going to have a good, hopefully a good ride.
Void, if not off by 0235, if not by 0235, I told you,
and we're looking at a new, probably going over Jack Center here shortly. Wow, Phoenix is having an event, so the West Coast is all lit up today. That's why all the ATC dropped off. It's the West Coast. I flew Austin EWR today in real life, and it was bumpy the whole way, even through 37,000. Yeah, it's that upper level disturbances up there on the upper altitudes. There's a lower pressure, higher pressure that are inter-cat. It's, you know, we got clear air turbulence, so it's pretty nasty all up that whole line. It's supposed to settle down a little bit for us. Just when we get over the Appalachians, it's supposed to be a little bumpy, but yeah, we should have a nice smooth ride until that point. Then we'll have to see if we can't get lower. It's probably going to be a lower altitude than higher. And it wants us to do a step climb, our paperwork.
American 2206, the last thing you're supposed to do is
Daffy.
350.
Daffy. That's going to be after Kapasa. You can see Daffy's right there. So we'll do a step climb once we change that direction. Which is interesting, is right now we're heading on even altitudes. Once we hit Daffy, we're going to be on odd altitudes, so therefore we need to go to 350. Now, if you're really flying ATC, doesn't matter. They could just keep you at 340, but because we don't have any control, we'll go ahead and bump it up to 35. Makes it easy. So did you guys, are you guys following Instagram at all? So big news of the week, Spirit shut down. I'm sure everybody's like, holy crap. I think I talked about that on the last stream last week. But it helps. It's really, the industry is going to be fine. It's just they'll absorb the traffic, and just you folks might not be able to travel as cheap as you wanted to anymore. I think United, and they're picking up some crews, which is nice. So we have at Coastal, we have a big decision to make, and I think I was talking about this before. We have to make a narrow body order in the next month or two, and that's going to be for the next, that's going to be for 2037 or so, 33, 6 years from now, 5 years from now, we have to get some aircraft delivered. So the question I have, and it could be right in 28, we'll say, what do we want to do? So we have to make a narrow body order. As if we were real airline, we just can't use these aircraft. They're just their useful life is not great anymore. These NGs. So makes sense to order Maxes, or do we go somewhere else? Get a bus, or do we get an A220? Something to think about. Pros and cons. I know you guys are like, what? I'm waiting for a handoff here.
There's 2 aircraft right at that back. That's for King Air, 1 Golf Tango, 126.05.
I gotta eat some dinner. That's what I'm gonna do here shortly.
Go ahead.
Let's go outside. They did beautiful paint. I won't tell you that. Scott ATC just pinged us. Alright. Just got a ping from ATC and they're saying, oh man, where are you? ATC messages. Contact Jack Center 125 175.
Jacksonville Center, Legion 968, flight level 340.
Legion 968, radar contact.
40. I'll have a flight amendment here. It'll be 16. I'll send that in a couple minutes.
75.
Radio 971, line front.
Jack Center, Riptide 197, flight level 340.
96278, contact Jacksonville.
Riptide 197, Jacksonville Center, good morning.
Hey man, I always say it, coastal colors look great. It's 220. Well,
126.85.
it would. Coastal colors would look good in the 220. The problem is the 220, there's only two. There's only 2 family types, and it competes against the 700, right? It doesn't, I mean, lower end of a, maybe upper end of a 7-1, and right into a 700. I think the what is it, 134 or something like that? It's a 700. It's hard. I think if they had bigger options, that would be viable. I mean, the thing about a 220 is you can get them sooner than you could a Max or the Airbus, right? Now, it doesn't make sense for us to order Airbus aircraft. We are pretty much exclusive. We're not exclusively Boeing, but we're pretty much exclusively Boeing, right? Mainline is Boeing. Our charters are MD-80s, but you know, that's an MD-80. Those are just fun airplanes. But I don't know. It's a good question.
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 417, 16000.
Let's call Jax.
Radar contact.
Alright, I got dogs barking. What number are we in? 125.
968, descend and maintain flight level 240. In the descent for flight level 240, Allegiant 968.
Okay. Guys are on board with Jack Center right now. How's that? Oh, man. I think there's interesting news with Breeze and Air Baltic pressuring Airbus to produce a 500 variant of the A220. Going to be interesting to see
contact Miami Center on 134.35.
I mean, the thing about those
Over to
aircraft
Miami
is
Center
it
on
sips fuel,
134.35, E United 1112.
but they are smaller. They're smaller than the 737 Max 8 or the 9 or the Max 7. You know, if it competes with the Max 7, right? Generally speaking, I think you can put in 140, maybe, the pushing that 800. It's possible. Don't know. But what I'm going to do is get some dinner, folks. So I'll have my phone with me. I'll chat with you on the on the, you know, I'll be watching it on YouTube. I'll just be having my phone. I got to eat supper. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm going to get hungry if I don't eat. We got about 600 miles left to go. You guys want a nice cockpit view, or do you want a wing view or something? What do you guys want? You want as a passenger, or do you want sitting here in the jump seat going, I can't wait to get up? Because it's... I'll just leave you there. How's that? Okay, I'll be right back. We're at Daffy, and then we'll actually... I'm going to go ahead and get the climb before I leave. Center, Riptide 197. Can we get flight level 350?
Riptide 197, climb and maintain flight level 350.
On up to 350. 197. Okay. Cruise. 350. Go. One last thing we have to do, come over here, and we have to throw it up on there. 350, flight altitude.
Jacksonville Center, FedEx 830, flight level 330. FedEx 830, radar contact.
There we go. Now there we go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and get some dinner.
United 1112, contact Miami Center on 132.2.
We got some time. We're looking at
United 1112.
about. Ooh, how did that go up? 760 nautical miles. 1416 is where we need to be. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Let's see if this thing works. I don't know if it's gonna. Yeah, it does. All right, I'll be right back.
Southwest 417, contact Miami Center on 134.35.
134.35, East Southwest 417.
Jacksonville Center, JetBlue 1698, flight level 320. JetBlue 1698, radar contact. Southwest 939, contact Indianapolis Center on 121.175. Over to Indianapolis Center, Southwest 939, so long.
United 671 radar contact.
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 1549, flight level 240.
Southwest 1549 radar contact. Southwest 939, contact Indianapolis Center on 127.025.
On to 127.025, Eve Southwest 939, good day.
Southwest 269, descend and maintain flight level 270. Cleared for the days 2 arrival into Tampa. Frontier Flight 1056, descend and maintain flight level 250. Cleared for the Greenwich 5 arrival into Orlando.
Out of current altitude for flight level 250. Cleared for the Greenwich 5 arrival into Orlando Frontier Flight 1056.
Jacksonville Center, United 671, flight level 290.
United 671, radar contact. Southwest 269, contact Indianapolis Center on 127.025.
127.025, East Southwest 269, thanks.
Alright folks, I'm back, sorry. We got some, oops, we gotta resume. Alright, we're gonna go down and turn off the fuel, the center tanks. Burn that down to nothing, and then, yeah, we're getting chimed. Contact Atlanta. Oh, let's go ahead and do that. I'll go Wilco here, 126,425. 126,425. Right there. Atlanta Center, Riptide 197, flight level 350.
Riptide 197, Atlanta Center. Good morning.
Good morning. Yep. All right, folks, here we are. Let's see here, about 450 miles top of descent. So 1414 is 12, almost 13 right now. So not too bad. I'm expecting, you know, a change over here again shortly, and then we're gonna have another few miles before we get into any stuff. Hopefully it's been pretty smooth. I've been monitoring the flight. I haven't seen anything really nasty yet. But we're going to get rid of this. And we will go to Atlanta on ZTL. That's the one we want. Everybody gone? I'm sure. Sorry, I had to go eat, let the dogs out. The whole 9 yards, you know? Nice smooth ride so far, or what? I didn't say anything crazy. Got my bubbly. Gotta get the bubbly out, right? What? What was that?
320
So, play the what if game. What happens if we have a decompression? What would you do?
12557 Blue Street, give yourself good night.
What do you guys think? We had a decompression. rapid decompression. We were really flying. What would you do? First thing. Besides saying, oh crap. Get your mask on, right? We'd want to get that mask on right away. What happened? We come down here, we pop this mask off, we go 100% oxygen. Okay, and then we would establish contact between each other, and then go from there. Obviously, do a rapid descent. We check our MSA, make sure that we'd have no altitude. It's going to hit us. We're not going to hit at 10,000 feet going into any mountains, but the Appalachians are coming up. So guess what? It's a possibility. I mean, where we are now, no, but it'll get up to about 49.86. I think we're okay there. So we could descend down to 10,000 feet. What's that racket? Gosh, somebody squelch, man. All right, can you confirm that the 737 NGs will auto trim after takeoff, even in manual flight?
28.07.
What's my take on the Allegiant Sun Country merger? Let me answer the first one by Maskey, I think. Can you confirm that the 737 NG's STS will auto trim after takeoff, even in manual flight? It shouldn't. The NG doesn't have. It doesn't have auto trim. I mean, the trim is manual. I mean, it's not. I might be mistaken. The NGs we're talking about, like this airplane, shouldn't have any auto trim on it. You know, that's something that you have to manipulate. With the autopilot on, sure. It's not like the Maxes, right, where you rotate, it'll auto trim on you. Airbus is the same way. It trims nose down when you pull up. The Max is the same thing. You rotate, it trims down. Flight sims complain that the PMG is trimming for them while hand flying after takeoff. Well, it shouldn't do that. If it is trimming for them, that's really weird. You know, let's look that up, because I've never seen that in the MG yet. I haven't noticed it. Oh, that's another issue. What do I think about the merger now? Well, I'll look this up. I think it's a good thing. You know, Sun Country and Allegiant, they're similar in a way, yet they're not, right? Sun Country is definitely heavier in the charter, while Allegiant's heavier in the leisure market. So it's different. So Sun Country is a little bit, but Sun Country was just happy to be, you know, as big as they were. Now with Allegiant, it's going to be interesting to see how they take their costs and keep their costs low. With merging two airlines, your costs are going to go up, right? It's just going to go up. So let me take a look at this STS. really quick. Let me go ahead and we'll find Oh, where are you? Here we are. A good question. It should not be doing that. I mean, if it is, then that's an issue. So, if we were looking at, just going to give you just an idea of what we're talking about here. I'm in volume 2 in the 737 menu, right? I'm looking for the word trim. Trim air, we don't want that. That's going to be bleeds. Zone 10 controls. Why do we call it stab trim? How's that? Okay, so
Atlanta Center, JetBlue 1698, flight level 220.
JetBlue 1698, radar contact. 0. 5320, you get this. Climbing 40,000 MSFS.
Okay, well.
JetBlue 1698, contact Jacksonville Center on 125.375.
125.375, JetBlue 1698, thanks.
Okay. Nowhere in here. Now that doesn't mean it doesn't have one, but I've never seen it in the NG, right? I've never seen that system in the NG aircraft. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's read about it right now. It says stab trim switches on each control wheel actuate the trim. We're talking about these, okay? Through the main electrical stabilizer trim circuit when the airplane is flown manually. But you have to manually manipulate it. With the autopilot engaged, the stab trim is accomplished through the autopilot stabilizer trim circuit. The main electric and autopilot stabilizer trim have 2 speed modes, a high speed with flaps extended, a low speed with flaps retracted. If the autopilot is engaged, actuating either pair of the stabilizer trim switches automatically disengages the autopilot. Okay? So what I'm saying is, if I sit there and throw my thumb on it right now, it's going to disconnect. You know that. That's what it's saying. Got it? The stabilizer trim wheel rotates whenever electric stabilizer trim is actuated. Everybody hear that? The stabilizer trim will rotate whenever electric stabilizer trim is activated. That is the only way that thing is going to rotate on its own, via not command and not on, through my thumb. That is it. That's why when you said that, I was like, there's no system. It's not like an MCAS, which was weird. Let's see here. Control column actuated stabilizer trim cutouts, which is on the back right here, which we tested earlier. That, and I'm just going to zip on down there and show you. Okay, we're talking about the main cutout switches here. Okay, you got it? Stop the operation of the main electric and autopilot trim when control column movement opposes trim direction. When stab trim override switch is positioned to override, so right here, basically cut out override. When the stab trim override switch, now that is something like that. Right here, the stab trim override switch. Probably not a lot of NG pilots actually use this guy. Right? It's all the way in the back. We've never really interfaced with that a lot. It's position to override, that right there. Electric trim can be used regardless of the control column position. So basically, you're overriding that. In certain situations, you might want that. Depends. Manual stabilizer controls accomplished through cables, which allow the pilot to position the stabilizer by rotating the wheel. And that's here. This goofy wheel. There's a handle here. And then you rotate, it's connected to cables to the stabilizer. Really hard to do at high speeds, by the way. The 737 is very susceptible to that. The flight controls are not great at high speeds in manual version like that. It says, which allow the pilot to position the stabilizer, rotating the stabilizer trim wheels. The stabilizer is held in position by two independent brake systems. Manual rotation of the trim wheels can be used to override autopilot or main electric trim. So what they're basically saying, if the thing starts running away, you need to have a way to stop, right? Now you should just throw the electrical trim switch off and that'll kill it. Grasping the stabilizer trim wheel will stop the stabilizer motion. Sure. Stabilizer trim operation with forward or aft CG. In the event the stabilizer is trimmed to the end of the electrical trim limits. Additional trim is available through the use of manual trim wheels. If manual trim is used to position the stabilizer beyond the electrical trim limits, the stabilizer trim switcher may be used to return to the stabilizer electrical trim limits. Okay, so they have trim authority depending on flap settings. So let's say we were taking off. We have flaps extended from a half a flap or a flap to about 14 to 15 units. We'll have main electrical trim. Oh, you're talking about the speed trim system, the STS system. I got you. Hold on. The speed trim system, STS, that's what we were talking about before. I got you. You said is a speed stability augmentation system designed to improve flight characteristics. During operations with low gross weight, aft center of gravity, and high thrust, when the autopilot is not engaged, there we go, the purpose of the STS is to return the airplane to a trim speed by commanding the stabilizer in direction opposite the speed change. Gotcha. The STS monitors input of the stabilizer position, thrust lever position, airspeed, and vertical speed. Wow, guys. And then trims the stabilizer using the autopilot stab trim. As the airplane speed increases or decreases from the trim speed, the stabilizer commanding the direction to return the airplane trim speed. Okay. This increases. So basically, it's almost like an MCAS system. It's almost very similar to an MCAS. This increased control forces to the force the airplane return to trim speed. So it's basically an automated field. As the airplane returns to the trim speed, the STS commands stabilizer is removed. So it operates most frequently during takeoff, climbs, go-arounds. Conditions for speed trim operations are Mach airspeed 100 knots, Mach 0.5, 10 seconds after takeoff, 5 seconds following the release of trim switches. Autopilot not engaged, sensitive trim required. Now that's interesting. So the STS, you know, I got to be honest, man. I had no clue that was there. I thought that this was just, you know, I'm thinking there's no way they're gonna have there's no way. It's very much like the MCAS. Now I know where they got the MCAS system from, right? I know Airbus does it. I didn't think the NG did it, but you're right. That's the MCAS. So I haven't noticed it. I haven't noticed We got to contact Atlanta. I haven't noticed 123.7. I haven't noticed that, but I appreciate you bringing that up to my attention. That's what's so cool about just aviation in general. You know, you could be flying this thing for a long, long time, and you're like, well, I've never used that. Or I've never seen that switch, or just like that override switch, a stab trim override. You never touch that thing.
That's correct.
Unless we're massive failure or something going on, then we got a problem. But chances are, 124,
no problem.
7 1/4. Sorry, about 300 miles, guys. We're almost there. Let's get into that STS a little bit. Center Riptide 197, flight level 350.
Riptide 197, Atlanta Center, good morning.
So the question was, have I noticed it in the PMDG? No, I haven't. I haven't noticed. I noticed that I needed to do, like when we took off out of Miami, I needed to go rotate nose up, which I didn't have enough trim units in. So it's almost like a feel, right? It's almost like a feel thing, like an artificial feel that they're doing. This STS issue kicks in. This is an interesting deal. You have elevator field computer. You have stabilizer motion, stab trim. You have an elevator field centering unit, which I knew that. Really crazy. So the STS, let's dig into that a little bit, okay? Low gross weight, aft center of gravity, high thrust. And manual flight. It wants to return the airplane to a trim speed by commanding the stabilizer in the direction opposite the speed change. Okay. So if we're climbing and the airspeed's decreasing, it's going to trim down opposite the speed, right? The STS monitors input of the stabilizer position, thrust lever, airspeed and vertical speed, and then trims the stabilizer using the autopilot stabilizer trim as the airplane speed increases or decreases from the trim speed. It's going to increase control force to force the airplane to return to the trim speed. This is weird. You know, let's dig into this, man. I scratching my head on. I probably read it, but I either forgot it or something. Let's do this. Get me on a rabbit hole. You get me down a rabbit hole, but that's okay. So where do you think that'd be? Probably in flight control. So I like it. This is the stuff I would do at cruise, guys. I mean, if we were really flying, I'd be sitting there doing just nothing but systems. All right, so I've got the. Now you're not going to know much. That's all we heard from the pilot manual. So if you're reading that thing, that's all we're getting, guys. We're not getting anything else.
Atlanta
You're not getting.
Center, American 3031.
Getting nothing.
Flight level 340.
Good luck. This is what they didn't mention, the MCAS. Remember that crap? Didn't even tell the pilots. It's kind of like an MCAS, almost. It probably not as prevalent, but it's definitely like an MCAS. Whoa! That was some crap we just saw, didn't we? Traffic is not on. That's awesome. TCAS is now on. Okay, I want to talk about the STS. Let's do that. Wow, that's too many. So we're doing the trim. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we're not going to get much from that, but we're going to dig into this, okay? And how we're going to dig into this is by looking at the thing that pilots never get to see, and that is the maintenance manual. So what I'm going to do is dig into the maintenance manual with you. I want to look at this right now. We know that
Delta 342, contact Jacksonville Center on 134.85.
There comes the belts.
134.85 for Delta 342.
I wonder if there's an aircraft up there. I don't know how high they are. Remember I said it was going to be getting a little bit bumpy in this range? Well, oh, it's Patrick. He's going to Cleveland too. How high are you? He's at 39,000. What the heck? Let me get a climb. Let me get a climb. Center Riptide, what are we? 197. Can we get a climb up to 380? 390?
Riptide 197, climb and maintain 380.
380 it is. How about 370? Can we go up to 370 instead? Sorry. Make it an odd altitude. I can't get up to 39. There's an airplane up there. I'm like, who's that? It's my buddy. That's who it is. We're going to go 370. All right, guys, let's do that. Let's push that in there. Let's go 370. I'm hitting his wake. 35, 36, 37,000. Let's see if we can get a little higher. Go. Send me. Where did he take off? He took off out of Orlando. Ah, stinker. Comes zipping over the top of my head. I'm like, where did he come from? Who's that guy? That aircraft up there's probably about 300, 390. I see that. Probably hand flying, not paying attention, and that's why the trim wheel is spinning without input. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look to see the description of it, like in depth, not Patrick, are you in a 700? You gotta be. There's no way in 800s you're climbing there with that. Well, I had a lot of weight with all the fuel. But I mean, my maximum is 3.8 or 3.9, and there's no room for buffer, so I got to keep it at 3.7 for now. Let's see what we got here, guys. I want to do this. How's it gonna go? Now it's going to be a computer. No, that's flaps. Trim speed change.
Delta 343, descend and maintain altitude 18,000 feet, cleared for the Aussie 2 arrival into Atlanta.
Out of current altitude for 18,000. Cleared for the Aussie 2 arrival into Atlanta, Delta 343.
Delta 342, contact Indianapolis Center on 126.575.
Over to Indianapolis Center on 126.575, E Delta 342.
This is so interesting. So sorry guys, I'm digging in to this. I'm trying to see. What's your ground speed, Patrick? What are you doing? I'm at 454. We got stab trim cutouts. We know that. We know operational. All right, listen. We know manual operations. Pilot induced. It's manual operation. The whole 9 yards, right? That we got. We're looking at electric. Ish. Maybe. Alright. Hold on. I'm getting out of range here. What do we got on the ETC? It says expedite climb.
2562, flight level 340.
No, not.
Allegiant 2562, radar contact.
I gotta say odd, guys, so that's why. Pilot operates 2 stabilizer trim. Right back to Macon. Hold on.
Atlanta Center, Allegiant 1225, flight level 370.
Allegiant 1225, radar contact.
And this is why I couldn't go higher, because of the bumps. Patrick, what's your ride up there, man? I mean, I can't do it because I'm too dang close to the... Maybe I could go 380. It's still going to be junk. All right, let's go 380 and hope to heck we don't get anybody coming opposite direction. And if we do, we do. Okay, 380 set. Here comes the climb. Flight altitude. 380. It should be the opposite direction, but that's okay. Is there anybody coming in that direction? We'll find out. Okay, here we go. That's the cutout swim. That's the cutout switch, which we know about. The override switch, which we know about. I don't see STS anywhere in this manual. You would think. That would be it. That's a pretty big deal. We're at 38,000 now. Hopefully we get over this turbulence. Talking about ground tests, self-tests, fault tests, SMYD byte. It's got to be a computer, guys. I mean, if it's doing it automatically like that, it's got to be a computer, obviously, probably by the feel. stall. Huh. Well, very interesting. This is kind of how it works. Let's see here. Well, we know, I'm just going to read the general for you, and then pilots control the horizontal stabilizer manually by the stab trim wheel or electrically by the stabilizer trim switches. Autopilot controls the stabilizer automatically through the digital flight control system, DFCS. Manual operation. We know how this works, right? But it's the autopilot operation, or it's going to be an electrical operation. The pilot operates 2 stabilizer trim switches for main electric trim controls. The switches on the outboard side of each control wheel. The switches control electrical input to the stabilizer trim actuator and sends signals to the Flight Data Acquisition Unit, FDAU. When the trim actuator operates, it moves the stabilizer gearbox. When the stabilizer gearbox moves, it moves the stabilizer jack screw, which moves the horizontal stabilizer. The gearbox also back drives the stabilizer aft and forward cable drums. Movement of the forward cable drums moves the manual trim wheels and stabilizer indicator pointer. Limit switches control the main electric and autopilot movement of the stabilizer. See the Digital Flight Recorder System section for more information about the stabilizer position sensor A and the FDAU. I'm sure that's where it's going to be, because that is a computerized system. If it is sensing, throttle input, attitude, altitude, all that airspeed, it's pulling in data from probably the ADARU or something like that. It's got to be pulling something. Very interesting. So we need to check that out. Section 31-31. Just looking at the I'm looking at the schematic, the control system schematic. It's not even listed there, man. During the electrical trim operation, if the pilot gives opposite direction to the elevator control, column switching modules make the stabilizer electric trim stop. We know that. And then it'll disconnect and we're done. Weird. Pretty cool though. I just need to know about that stinking dealio there. That's pretty cool. I'm going to have to look at that, guys. We got to call somebody again. Who am I calling? Atlanta again? 120.725. What's our destination looking like? 161 miles, guys. Boy, time flies. We're going to go 7 1/4. 127.25. Man, I need to dig into this a little bit within the maintenance manual. It's not going to help me doing the pilot manual. That doesn't do a darn thing. It's the maintenance manual that does everything. So I'm going to need to check that out a little bit. And I'll dig into that. 31 is going to be indicating recording systems. That's probably what it is. Is there an STS mode somewhere? I don't want to get too hung up on it because I do. Yep. Nope. Stab. I'll just say stab trim. Okay. They're just sensors. Okay. Cool stuff. Anyway, it's pretty wild. I got to look into this little system we got going on here. All right, guys, let's go ahead and dig into this. Where's Patrick going? That's not Patrick. Oh, I'm like right on top. He's right there. I see him. I don't know. Okay, let me get to your. We got 147 miles top of descent, folks. Let's start taking a look at this. Smooth ride of 390, ground speed 457, 452. What am I looking at, Patrick? I got 456. I'm pretty much cruising the same. That's a smooth ride. Good to see you live. Yeah, Jonathan, how you doing, man? Is Coastal making the most of Spirit closures? Yes, we are. This is actually one of the ones we're doing. Now, this doesn't really affect Spirit too much, but it does for American. Hint, hint, wink, wink. We're going after American, man. A little bit. Some markets we could kind of knock in there. But we are with, if you follow our Instagram, I don't know if you follow Coastal Airways Instagram, you'd probably see all these new things. What we acquired a lot more gates. We acquired 4 gates in Detroit, 5 gates in Fort Lauderdale, 5 gates in Orlando. So there's expansion plans on the works. This is one of them. Over from Cleveland, you know, we're going from Miami to Cleveland. I slip back down to Miami, and then the next day we go slip to Miami, Cleveland, back down, and then we just go back and forth. So there's an AM/PM shift to this. Let's go ahead and take a look at Cleveland's airport here really quick, guys. I gotta get the weather, and we'll see what we got weather-wise. 10 miles and clear. Whew. Could you ask for anything else? Winds 200 at 6. Boy, that's beautiful down there. 10 miles visibility. We got clear skies. Gosh, pilots love that, right? 15 over 4. And altimeter coming in at 29.999. Runways, they are landing. Right now, 24 left, 24 right. Probably going to get off of say intentions. You guys, they're doing the same, so that's good. 24 left, they're arriving. It's just 24 left. There was a closure. 26, I believe, is closed. I looked at the NOTAMs before we took off, and I noticed 26 is closed, so we're not going to be flying that runway. Yep, or 28, I'm sorry. 28 and 10 are closed. So 24 left today. Cleveland looks really attractive to us. There's a lot that we can do with Cleveland. We might make this a focus city. We'll see how it goes. I'm still trying to feel the waters out in somewhere in the Northeast. So, I mean, Cleveland's not in the Northeast. We can call it Midwest-ish. Or, you know, what would you call Cleveland? Middle? Really not. I don't know. Definitely not East. But somewhere on the ish, more west-ish. But, you know, Cincinnati, we were doing Cincinnati. We shut that down. It's just not going to work. But Cleveland may work. It's more favorable, I think, for us. There's Detroit there as well, but we don't want to go into Detroit too much because that's United's, I mean, that's, a Delta Fortress. And so we would lose a lot on that just in frequency. So if we did do a Delta run, like we do like Detroit to Iceland, well, Delta doesn't run that non-stop, so we're able to compete there because we can fly that non-stop. But if we said, hey, let's go to Miami or let's go to, you know, Fort Lauderdale, now we're looking at a frequency that Delta has like 15 flights or whatever it is. So I don't really want to compete with them head-to-head like that because we would lose on frequency. We don't have enough frequency to even compete. So there it is. Anyway, 24 left. We're going to try. Auto brake. Let's do 2 for now. We'll crunch the numbers here. So right now in Cleveland, 24 left. Let's take a look at the approaches. We have it's your typical ILS. We do have an RMP. Is that going to help us? Oh, yeah. Let's do the RMP. Get in there. We'll shoehorn that thing in there, and then we're coming in from, let's see, depends on, coming into the rolling 2. Looking for, yeah, a clapped transition. That's the one that we're going to use. So we're going to go to the RMP approach. West Coast is the best coast. No, West Coast is good. It's good. Thanks for that. I was very confused whether or not it should be trimming automatically. Yes. I'm assuming it must be pilot induced and not common occurrence. No. It's not pilot induced. That's the thing that trips me out. It's not. It's if you're at a trim on a takeoff, low gross weight, right? If you're flying like a bat out of you know what, it's going to start trimming those down to get you in a trimmed condition. So you'd have more, it's a bit more forward pressure. So it kind of helps the pilot. Okay, if that's too much pitch, it'll roll down to get you. It's going to increase the forces on the pilot, so they're not pulling back too hard. Is what it's doing, and it's not pilot induced at all. That's why I'm like, what in the blazes is that about? No idea. I mean, that's just a little blip, and I've got to look in the maintenance manual and find out. Okay, how is this really working with everything? Okay, you guys, if you guys are, I don't know what gate we're going to use here. They said, Cleveland, there's a lot of free empty gates for us. So, a lot. And we've got an incentive to land here. We're going to do at least, I think it's 1.5 to 2 years of incentives to fly here. So this is basically this flight. Our landing fees are zeroed for at least 1.5 to 2 years. So that's why I'm going to be building this puppy up a little bit, because you know what? That's freebies. That's great. Let's go landing. We're going to go to KCLE. So I'll take a look before we descend here. We got a few minutes, and we'll figure out what gates we're going to use. We're going to go 2-4 left. Did we say 2-4 left? Yeah. Okay. 2-4 left. It is dry. Let's call in the temperatures. Flaps 30 and let's see here. AC is auto, NAS is off. Brakes all, NNC is none. We'll go speed brake auto reverse. Our weight right now, well, let's see what we got for weights, guys. Our landing weight is going to be 137.8. So 137. And looking at, let's just add 5 knots to the ref. So we'll go VREF 30 plus 5, and then that should be it. This should be a run-of-the-mill. Now I got to tell you, I've been floating these airplanes for a bit. I don't know why.
Indianapolis Center.
It's been a while since I've been flying these
flight level 320.
I'm like, whoo.
Endeavor 5482, radar contact.
No big deal. Okay, it says auto brake 1 predicted en route field length exceeds the landing distance available. All right, so let's see what we got. It doesn't want us to do 1, so we wouldn't do 1 anyway. It's not approved. Auto brake 2 gives us at 92.19. So auto brake 2. Let's show the graphic. Auto brake 2 is our best bet. 92.19, which gives us a good margin, guys. It gives us a margin of approximately, at auto brake 2, we have a good solid margin. I mean, not really, but we have, what's the LDA? Not a lot. Let's just cross that out. Auto brake 2 is at 2,900 or 9,200. We've got about 9,900 feet of runway. So interesting, right? So what we can do is say, if that's the case, let's go ahead and do a briefing, because I'm going to take that the RMP in there, because it's just going to be easier for us. So let's go ahead and check this out. It's going to give us better airtime into decreased airtime. So that's what I want, right? I want to decrease the fuel burn as best I can. So there's Cleveland. We're going to go ahead and pull the rolling. So we're going to do the rolling arrival. We're coming up to HVQ. Lights page. We got HVQ, and then Janus or whatever. Janus. Then we're going to come over to clapped. That's when we're going to take this
maintain 280 here, off down 70.
Where is it? 24 left. RMP. That's the one I want. So I'm going to pin that. And you can see we're going to go right from clapped. Mandatory 7,000 feet. We'll just kind of button hook it in there. Bang. Bring it in. Visual approach is going to be great. We will back up the ILS. So I'll pull in the ILS as well, just to have it as a backup. But we're going to fly the approach. You can see why I want to do that. I want to keep it tight. Keep it tight. Keep it close. Hopefully Patrick does the same thing. And I'll kind of slow it down for him and stuff like that. So let's go ahead. That is the plan. Let's go ahead and check this out here. We're going to go to our legs page. Kind of go to see that clapped right there, and then it's vectors, but we're going to change that. We're going to go to change the ILS out, and we're going to go to the RNAV Zulu 24 left right there. Clap transition. Execute that. Come over here. You can see, oh no, now what? No, let's just do that. No big deal. We got rolling. Oh shoot, legs page. We got rolling, clapped, then another vector, 2 clapped. Go ahead and throw that over the top and execute that. We're done. All right, then it's just all cleaned up, and we're good. Now what? Autopilot is off. Reset. LNAV on. Why? Oh, I know why. It disconnected because I screwed with the routing. So there we go. We're going to auto brake 2. And I'm not done because pilots go, oh yeah, I'm done. No, you're not. You're not done with the brief. We got to do a good briefing here. So let's go ahead and do that. 109.9er. So just going to back this up. 109.9er. I've got that on number 1 now. It's all set. And the RMP Zulu, just want to brief really quick. We could bring it on down to, on this one, 200 feet on the ILS, but we're going to be flying the RNAV. So let's kind of pull the RNAV up. This will help us because it gets clapped 5,500, flip it around, and then drop it in. We're looking at about 7 miles on the approach once we hit, what is that, LMR, whatever. And 3 degrees slope, that's good. And we're looking at 354 feet or 1140. No big deal. The visual approach all the way in. Climb, if we had to do a mist, we just go straight up 3,000 feet direct to Hassel. And we're done. Any other gotchas on this? Authorization is required for compensation barrel. We've got that. It's good to go. MSA 3,100 feet. Okay, all that's good to go. We've got one thing I want to talk to you about is the airport itself. I haven't flown here in a while. That's a threat. It's been it's probably been about a year since I've ever been in Cleveland. It's been a long time. So I want to take a look at that. Let's take a look at grades.
240-310 grade.
And we're going to go whoop. And just take a look. I want to make sure there's no gotchas. We're going to be coming over 28. This runway's closed, so we should be okay here. I don't see any major displaced thresholds. So let's take a look at the landing beyond threshold for this airport. Particularly for this runway. 24, and we're looking at landing beyond threshold here. The glide slope is going to land you at 8,900 feet. We need what to land? We need 9,200 with auto brake 2. We're good. We're just going to keep it at auto brake 2. If we need the brakes, I'll get I'll get manually on the brakes, and it'll stop us much quicker. That is the plan, Stan. Any questions? Let's just go over a few tricks, tips, I guess. Star transition, we talked about that.
SkyWest 5532, contact Washington Center on 125.725.
We got the rolling 2 coming in. We're looking at
125.725. Yes, SkyWest 5532.
Getty between 7 and 23,000. Got that. And then we're looking at clapped at 7,000 tops. All right, that's programmed, ready to go. The other thing I didn't do is the descent page. You're going to go to forecast. We're going to go ahead and load those winds in there. It's going to help us forecast the descent a little bit better, and then just execute it. There you go. And now back to legs page. That just helps the computer figure out when the best time the top of descent would be.
Atlanta Center, good evening, United 2840. Flight level
Okay, altitude speed restrictions. We talked about that. Adverse weather. We don't have any NOTAMs. I did read the NOTAMs. We did have a closure on the runway. We discussed that though. Approach type, we're going to do flaps 30, and we talked about braking, touchdown point within the first third of the runway, 1,500 feet down there, and touchdown point and exit plan. I haven't talked about that yet. Let's go and discuss that. We talked about the touchdown point. I want to be about 1,500 feet from the runway. Just looking, if we could get off on POP, that's great. Papa, and then we can go to pad 7 and right down pad 5. I doubt we're going to make Lima 4. That's a high-speed turn-off. I don't think we'll make it with an 800. And then let's figure out what gate we want to use, guys. Did anybody look that up? What gate is not in use? There's a lot of gates that aren't in use in Cleveland. So let's figure out where we want to go. I'll take a look right now. Gates not used in Cleveland. They said we could use like 5. Concourse D. The entire Concourse D. Concourse D, the satellite terminal, is entirely unused. Okay, so it was mothballed. There's 12 gates unused. That's big for us. The concourse has been permanently closed with passengers no longer walking the tunnels to access it. Yeah. Wait. Due to structural issues, gate size is built only for 50-seater regional jets. We're not doing that. Concourse slated for permanent renewal is currently being... Okay, so they're pulling that out of there. Frontier and Spirit, we're using Alpha gates, guys. The Alpha gates is what we're going to be using. Because that's Spirit, we're taking their gates, so Spirit it is. A concourse. That's what we're planning to use. Concourse. That's what we'll use. Okay. Let's plan. When do we start? Alpha 3. We'll go Alpha 3 on this, and then we're probably, that's a lot of gates for us. So again, we're going to use all Spirit's gates. We can just say, well, you look at Patrick's trail. That's so cool. Good stuff, guys. We're almost top of descent here. We're looking at 24 nautical miles top of descent. Do you guys have any questions on what we're doing, how we're doing it? So we fly this over to Islip afterwards, so we would just continue on. Same aircraft goes to Islip, then we go back down to Miami. Switch crews, and then that Miami night shift goes Miami to Islip and back, and they're done. They get in like at 12:30 in the morning or something, and then we'll go the next day. It's reverse trip, and that's kind of how we made it. So pretty cool. I still have to do some tweaks on it. Gosh, it takes a long time, but we'll be adding a lot of flights from Cleveland to a lot of Florida destinations. You're going to see a lot more Cleveland trips, I think, to Florida. It's pretty ripe for us to take, so we're going to take advantage of it. You know, I don't think Cleveland's going to be a good hub anymore, but this trip we're taking now is like a business slash. The other trip we're taking from Islip down to Miami is cruise ship stuff. It's all leisure. Right, it's getting the cruises, it's getting down there for their cruise on the next day, and then when they leave Islip when they leave Miami, it's in the afternoon. So you know they got to clear customs through a cruise. So the people that are off the cruise ships you know, that's why we leave a little later from Miami up to Iceland, so they can get through and clear customs. All that was thought out. It was like, all right, let's get some cruise flow, and we can get those passengers up to New York, or you know, ideally you'd want to put them in the connection area. So, you know, ideally somewhere where you can connect and hub them out, spoke them out. But you can't do that if you don't have enough local traffic. That's what makes, you know, the traditional hub and spoke harder, is if you don't have local traffic to fill it, you're just banking on connections. And yeah, it's a temporary holding facility for connections, but your local people, that's why Pittsburgh's gone. That's why Cleveland was pulled. It just doesn't, Cleveland was pulled for a little more than that, but it was more than that, right? Cleveland was pulled, hang on just a minute. Okay, I said Wilco, you schmuck. The heck. Alright, we're gonna start our descent down to 8,000. Coming up. Center Riptide 197, we're at top of descent.
Riptide 197, Atlanta Center, good morning.
Atlanta Center? Shouldn't I be on Cleveland? Or Indianapolis? You got a frequency for Indy Center, I should be on Indy Center.
Center, no 402, level here at 370.
Riptide 197, remain with Atlanta Center.
Alright, yeah, but I'm in Indianapolis. Like, what are you talking about?
Riptide 197, remain with Indianapolis Center.
Alright, what center are you?
Riptide 197, Atlanta Center.
Okay, do you have a frequency for Indianapolis Center?
Riptide 197, remain with Atlanta Center.
Okay. Stupid thing. Alright guys, we're on top of the descent. We're dropping. 36,000 coming down the chute here. Rolling 2. I'm going to go 122.8 and just forget about all that.
Riptide 197, descend via Roland 2 to 6,000 Janus transition into Cleveland, altimeter 299er.
Alright, we'll descend via the Janus 2. On the Roland 2, sorry. Oh, I don't care. Gate assignment, Cleveland, Alpha what? Alpha 5. Alright, we'll take it. Seatbelts are on. Here we go. I forgot to do something. Al. I'll pull the curtains. We're descending now, so there we are. Okay. Stupid thing. All right, I'm gonna go 122.8 for now. Just forget about singing tensions for a bit. How's that? Cleveland used to be such a big market, guys. I mean, huge. Back, I think that's why they did what they did. Continental, it was too close to their way too close. All right, we're heading down the chute. Any questions, comments, concerns, cheap shots, anything I forgot? Threats. Patrick is a threat. We'll keep our eye out for him. I'm hearing Iceland, right? Maybe. Iceland, yes. How about when we get the 757? We might do Iceland. That's a good Iceland place. We'll have to get some Florida to Iceland trips. Do you think we could get Floridians up there? Where Iceland people would go down to Florida, I would assume. That's probably what it would be, right? Either way, pretty cool. Cool to think about. All right, we're heading down the chute, you guys. Let me just look at some paperwork here. Just to let you know what we've got. We got landing data. I said 9,200 feet was required. Yes, I have to write this in my notes. And we had 8,700 feet or something like that on the runway. Can you imagine writing that down? It's 9,900. So now the landing beyond threshold thing I was talking about, you know, flap 30. Ref was, what did we say our ref was? I have to pull my dang paperwork up. Ref was 150. Man, the 737 smoking. That is fast. 150 knots. Wait a minute, that ain't right. 5 knots? Something's wrong with that number. That's like gusting 26. Let's find out. It should be 35. VRF 5, VRF 35, it is. 150. Woo! Dang, that's a fast airplane. I mean, landing speed. Okay, just to give you an idea. The 757, probably 130, 134. That's what's so cool about the 5, man. I mean, the 75 is going to be so nice, you guys. I love that. Can't wait to get that airplane. Oh, man, we're going to have a good time. And I heard somebody's doing, I think Fly Too High is doing the, they're doing Iceland. I know. They're doing Westchester. So that's on their roadmap. Oh, gosh, I forgot something. I wanted to just check something really quick. Let me just check something. I said I was going to do that. I got sidetracked. Okay, let's take a look at our briefing plan just to make sure we're good. Okay. Take off. Okay, so we've got our star sign, we got a transition. We're good on the runway, we got that going. Initial approach fix. We have to again, it's visual approach. We're not going to do a crazy brief because so the airplane's slowing down like that. It's trying to grab altitude. So we could take a look. It's trying to between 23,000. It's catching speed is what it's doing. There we are. And then transition fix. We talked about the ATIS. We talked about the arrival runway already. Decision height. We're not, it's visual. So I'm just going to put in our minimums here to the actual height of the airport. And that is about 800 feet. Sorry. We'll just, once I visual like that, we'll just put it in there. We're about 1,000 feet above profile. You can see how cool that is. And now you say, holy crap, we're way high. Well, yes, we are. And don't worry about the visibility, that's fine. We're going to do a RMP approach. We've got final approach course. I wanted to do it in here, not there, so I can write it. Okay. Okay, we briefed it. We've got final approach course done. Our glide slope we talked about, it's 3 degrees. We got a DH we talked about. Criteria, we talked about landing. We briefed you on the missed approach procedure. We went straight up. Auto land, we don't need to do that. Airport diagram, we talked about that. Cat 2 or 3, not applicable. Good deal. Let's talk about stabilized approach criteria. If we're not stabilized within 1,000 feet, we're going around, okay? So let's talk about that. Is make sure that's a big, a big ticket thing we want to do is make sure we're stabilized and we have the proper technique. I want to try to maintain 2, red over white. If we can maintain that, that'd be great. If we start sinking below that, I'll call the corrections, and I'll say correcting. So that'll be something to think about. Landing configuration, we're going to go with flap 30. All right. Again, I talked about the approach path, the glide slope localizer. In this case, it's a visual. We'll do the RMP. We'll take over at about, 1,500 and fly it. We talked about airspeed, VREF. We're going to do a VREF 30 plus 5. And I'm going to go ahead and throw that in right now. So VREF 30, we're going to say 146 plus 5 knots on top of that. So it'll be 150. Okay, so that's going to be 150 knots. Sync rate, we want to watch that. We do not want to descend in idle when we get closer to the airport. That would be a problem. We're about 1,200 feet above profile now, and we're increasing. I'm going to go ahead and pull the brakes, okay? Let's get those brakes out. Let's start helping the aircraft slow down just a little bit. This is an 800, it's a freight train. It doesn't like to do that. Last thing I'm going to do is talk about our 3 rings. We'll get those rings ready, and we're good. Let's do our 18,000 foot flow. We're going to come down here. Now this is going to go continuous. Lights coming on. We will wait for the retractables. We're going too fast. It just puts a lot of stress on those hinges, so we don't want to do that until we get a little on the lower side. Pull that in, and I'm looking at, I had to shut this off, didn't I? What was the altimeter setting? I wrote altimeter setting 29er. Okay, 29er set. Descent checklist, let's go for that. Okay, descent checklist coming in. Altimeters bugs are set cross-track VREF and V-target set and noted. Auto brakes on 2. Start switches are on continuous. Recall completed. Looks great. All right. Descent checklist is complete. Let's go and just check if we're descending properly. We are coming down on the chute, coming down here. Good. All right, folks, we're ready to go. I do want to do one thing. Let's do our rings. So we're going to go to legs page. This is a coastal thing. We're going to go 2-4 left. We'll put it in fix. We'll drop it in the fix page. Slash 15. Slant 5. Slant 3. And then legs. That's it. And that just gives us... helps us out a little bit.
Just want to confirm that. That's 34034.
Oh, man, I need a drink. My bubbly. We're 1,300 above profile. I got Lake Erie ahead. Pretty. Oh, man. Are we going to make money on this route? I don't know. Mike, how are you doing, man? He says, happy weekend, everybody. We're in Canada. Have a long weekend. Nice. We have a long weekend next week. So, it's next week for us, Mike. Good to see you, though, man. Hopefully you're doing well. 238 final approach course. Let's go and throw that in there. What else? What else am I missing? I know I'm missing something. What else is going to go wrong? We're going to go ahead and tune to tower right now, 124.5, because I want to listen to Patrick and see what he's doing. Because if he takes the ILS, we're going to cut him off. It wouldn't be the first time. It would not be the first time. Cleveland traffic, Riptide, 197 on the arrival, on the rolling 2 arrival, expecting the RNAV Zulu 24, Cleveland. Can you hear that? Can anybody hear that? Memphis, nobody's online, so that's good. I want to get rid of this. Okay, get rid of that. Turn this, not like anything's going to happen. Darn quiet right now. There's 10,000 brakes coming in. Caught back up. Alright, there's 10,000 feet. Let the flight attendants know. What is that shaking noise? It's gonna drive me crazy. You guys know that, right?
Turn right heading number 025, plan 24 left. Convoy 3875, 10 right.
You guys, I think our next stream on Friday, we're going to do a Southwest flight. And that'll be super fun. We'll do a Southwest flight. A couple guys from Southwest said, hey, do a Dallas run. Do like a Dallas to Corpus Christi, something like that. Be cool to do. 124.5 CTAF. That's what I'm on. 124.5. You did not hear my call. That's not what I wanted to hear. 124.5. Yeah, I didn't hear your call. Let me try it. Cleveland traffic, Riptide 197 radio track.
Runway 3875, right heading 140, descend maintain 3.
Hey, loud and clear.
80, descend maintain 3000, 140 on the heading.
Are you doing the RMP, Patrick?
Hey, firm. Cleveland traffic, southwest 1145, descending through 8,700 southeast of the field. Inbound clapped for the RNAV Zulu 24 left, Cleveland traffic.
I see him. I got him on the fish finder.
Over downtown.
So what we'll end up doing is we might slow down for him. Probably keep it a little bit slower than normal. Well, we got plenty of spacing. I mean, 210 knots over clapped, so you know we're within that ring now. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take off. Throw terrain on. All right. Yep, getting thwarted here. Lights coming on, looking good. Here we go, folks.
17 with Julie, no charge there between you and Medina. Radar services terminated, squawk 1, 2.
11,000. Let's go 210 now. Let's go slow down a little on the early side, help him out, give us some space. Even though we got plenty of it, I'm just going to start slowing the aircraft down. Spacing, right? Let me see who else is coming in on this one. Oh crap, got a line of aircraft coming. Where are they coming? Detroit. We're going to Detroit, so that's fine. It's just he and I. There's 7,000 feet. Let's say we're clear for the approach, so I'm going to zero out the altitude. Done. Get ready to set flap in here. Cleveland traffic, Riptide 197 at, where the heck are we? Matt clapped on the 2-4 left RMP. Flaps 5. I'm just going to slow down right now. We're going to go 180 for him. Well, it's a little on the early side, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm trying to give us some room. This is called
Cleveland traffic, southwest 1145, descending through 5,200 northeast of the field on the rollout for 2-4 left. It'll be about a 10-mile final, Cleveland traffic.
Brakes coming out. I gotta slow the aircraft down, guys. A little too fast. There's Patrick coming in. I might have to extend that downwind. We'll see. If he's in a 700, punch that thing, man. That's what I'm telling him. No, it's all good. We're good. I'm slowing down now. I got the brakes out, so I'm slowing down for him. Let's go. Cleveland traffic, Riptide 197, turn base now on the RNAV 24 left, Cleveland. Yeah, plenty of room.
1320 down to 4,000.
That's perfect, you guys. 180 on the speed. Come up and bring up the speed brakes. Go ahead and arm up. There we are. HUD's coming down. Now look at the city. That's so cool. What a nice approach. It's a cool approach for you guys. There's Burke Lakefront Airport right there. That's a pretty cool one too. I don't know why it's doing that shaking stuff. Some kind of stupid thing. That's annoying. It's gonna drive me crazy. You know that, right? I mean, it's just absolutely gonna drive me bonkers to deal with it. All right, 3,000 feet, here we come. They're gonna have a water gun salute, I think, or a water tower salute or something it was. Oh, look at that. That's Brown Stadium. Dang, where's the picture when you need it?
Cleveland traffic, southwest, 1145, 5 mile final, 34 left, Cleveland.
That was cool. Nice little picture for the photo book. You dropped something. I don't think that dropped it. Now we're coming on a 5 mile final here soon. It's pretty cool that we were able to, Patrick was able to fly. Look at the turbulence. We're getting the stock kicked out of us.
Approach, maintain 9,000, we're heading 015, plan 24 left.
Dang. All right, you can see I still have flaps where they are right now.
015, American flight 260. 1320 down to 3,000. Frontier 3091, clear off the cross approach via Boudreaux.
There's 5 miles. Cleveland traffic, Riptide 197, 5 mile final, 24 left. All right, you guys ready? Now we're going to throw up a gear. Gear down. 115. Slow it. You know, I want a round of applause if we land here. Everybody's going to clap. This is an inaugural flight. Can you imagine? It would. Everybody be really happy on this one. All right, flap 30. I got to reach down and hold it. Otherwise, it's going to go bonkers.
Cleveland traffic, southwest 1145 is clear of 24 left, and all the parts that we left behind are cleared off the runway as well. Cleveland traffic.
That's great. That's good. I'm glad they did a FOD sweep. That's awesome. All right, guys. Flap 30, gear down 3 green, and speed brake is armed. Landing gear down, flaps good. I'm going to go ahead and take it. My aircraft. let's go ahead and take rid of that.
American 22.6, and maintain 4,000.
Don't tell me it's freaking default. No, it's not. Better not. I installed PackSim on here. Man, I'm floating. Well, I'm high.
100.
Check.
50. 30. 10.
Whoa! That got squirrely right there. Cooking, baby. Use it all. That's for sure. Welcome to Cleveland, you guys. Woohoo! We made it. Cleveland traffic, Riptide 197, clear of runway 24 left. Cleveland, taxi. Laps. Clean it.
South 1520, up to the place. South 1520, roger, please with approach runway 24 left. Contact tower 24.5.
Welcome to Cleveland. Alright, let's get going here. Let's clean this sucker up. Turn offs coming off. That's off. These are off. 1, 2. Auto brakes off. Alright, you guys. Strobe lights off. Taxi lights on. Wing lights are off. Alright, we're going to Alpha 5. That was a fun approach. That was a cool approach. I really like that. Where's my clock? Throw the clock out and cool these engines down a little bit, which we will have plenty of time. All right, we're going to go to Alpha 5 for us. Hey Patrick, where'd you get off? What exit did you take?
November.
American 2260 left air 360.
Oh, nice. Are you in a 700?
Stay firm.
Ah, knew it. That's a nice airplane, man. It's fast. And it does a lot. I mean, you can get down pretty darn quick with it.
Yeah, 700 feels like a sports car.
Yes, it does. It's nice. I can't wait to get my paints done with the 700. It's gonna be really cool. All right, let's GSX this thing. Let's get this going. Alpha 5. No. We want ASIG. That's who's doing our contracts most of the time. Okay, we're starting the APU. Well, this is really a cool, cool scenery. And I've been here before, but it's been a long time. I think I flew the MD-80 here, like on a US Air flight. I don't remember. It was years. That was like a year ago. So it's been quite a bit. Quite a long time. You know, do we think that this could be a coastal hub, maybe in the future? Definitely a crew base, for sure, right?
Number 226 and maintain 3000, left main 345. American 2260 and maintain 3000, left main 345.
1, 2 on the bus. I think there's NASA over there, isn't there? Or something like that. Alpha 5. You know what's funny? And you guys are you're probably never going to believe this, but let's go. I want to take you way back to 2020. We're going to go back to FS 2004 when you guys remember the PMDG first came out with that aircraft with the, you know, the original 737. I remember being here in Cleveland with a Southwest flight, flying a Southwest virtual trip, and I think, Patrick, I think you were there. I can't remember, but I think you were there. It was in Cleveland a long time ago. It had to be over. It was in 2004. I mean, it was just ages ago. And I remember talking, you know, just having the airplane out, and camera shutdown number 2. Taxi lights off. Let's see where we can line this sucker up at. We shut that down so ground crew doesn't have to, you know, just it eliminates the
154 Charles, clear departure radar contact, I'm maintaining 8000 and clear on course. American 2260, the field's off the left wing, 10 miles.
This is PAC-SIM, by the way. This is the PAC-SIM simulator.
Approach 224 left, contact tower with 4.5.
You guys are never going to believe this, but I want to do the second leg. I do. Probably won't, but I want to. Alright. Just get me in there, man. Alright, let's get brakes on. And we're going to shut down number 2. Shut down 2, APU bleed on. And seatbelts off.
4 shot off the Cleveland Center, 120.6.
Electrics off, fuel pumps coming off, except for 1.
American 2818.
Oh man, that's off. Good to go, guys. We're in at 1418. What'd I say, 1416 was a pretty big taxi. Let's see what local time that is. So we're at 1418. Local time is, all right, let's go ahead and get the chocks on the aircraft. FS actions, we're in ground services, set the chocks. We're going to request our ground power now. We'll request the air conditioning cart. We'll call for the jetway to come in. Request deboarding. Cool gates. Oh, look, a Spirit gate. That's awesome. There we go. Thank you, Spirit. Appreciate the gates. Nice. All right, 419, that's done. What did we say? I just got to get on the bus here. And I'll stop the chrono. What we got over here? 1019 is local. All right, let's go ahead and shut the APU off now. Fuel pump's coming off. And last but not least, packs are off. AP bleeds off.
For 5012 type aircraft, and what altitude you want to go home at?
Well, that was awesome. I have to make sure that we have got everything we need. And let's go ahead and get this flight in the books. End the flight. How did we do? We burned 14,200 pounds of fuel on the final flight plan. Cross your fingers. You hear that beep beep? That means we got paid. I don't know how much money we made just yet. But we got paid. Open the door. We'll say goodbye to the passengers. And on islip it is. I'm going to go ahead and get the aircraft ready to go for the next leg. We got about 40 minutes on the ground. I know that. I got to look at the timing. So that's one of these things that we have to do is check timing. I got to write the fuel flow and the fuel numbers down. 5070 over 5270. All right, that's it there. Chrono's going to come clear. About 2 hours and 54 minutes, I think, total time. Let's see. Yeah, 2 hours and 54 minutes. It's kind of what I anticipate about a 3-hour trip, you know, to here. Just making sure we're good on top. We are. That's good. Those are off. That's off. Down here on standby. That's it, man. Okay, real quick, let's see how much money we made or lost on this bad boy. I want to go outside and check it out. Looks cool. I don't know if you can go in there. Oh, they did. He did do a little bit of that. Just a touch. You don't want to go too nuts with it. So I think that's in 2021 I had, so makes it different. All right, there we go. I got to take a couple pictures, actually, you guys, and then I'll look to see our wins or losses. Who wants to go to islip? Anybody? What time is it? I don't know. I do. I totally do. You guys know I'm crazy like that. I tell you what, that's cool. You know, we can have a lot of these gates. I think we're going to probably grab 5 or 6 gates into here. Why not? I think this would be a good, you know, maybe we have a crew base up here eventually. Pretty cool. Just depends. Trying to get a good shot. That's a pretty cool shot right there. I can do this all day. All right. Let me get a let me see how we did on our numbers before I let you guys go. If I do fly to islip, I'll film it. It probably won't be today. It's a little late. It's almost 11 o'clock. I'll do it tomorrow. How's that? I might do it tomorrow. I'll probably film it. How's that? You guys want to do that? I could do that. Okay, let me log in really quick and we'll see we'll see the verdict, the final verdict here. Hi Jason, which version of Cleveland is this? Cleveland is my home airport. Flew into 24 right a lot in the sun, coming around the city and over the highway, seeing NASA Glenn Research Center off the right wing. Yeah, this is PACSIM's. I believe that's their, it's their PACSIM version. So let me see something. If we can't get back in the flight deck, hang on just a minute. And I'm going to go outside here and see if we can't fly around with the drone. No, it's got me on that. So I've got to go out of that mode. Let's go into that mode. All right, this is the drone mode. Oh, so this is the PAXIM scenery. And I don't know if it's for 20. It's kind of a little laggy a little bit. But this is for I can't remember if this is for 2020 or 24 yet. I don't remember, but this is I think they did a pretty darn good job here. And what's that tower? There's an old tower down there? There's the E-gates that they said nobody uses over there. It's a satellite E-gates that they're just going to demolish. Those are the C-gates. Guys, I remember flying into Cleveland in the 90s, and man, this place was jumping. It was continental, and it was just jumping. It was hopping like crazy. I remember there was a some kind of an observation deck way before 9/11, and you could sit out here. I think it was somewhere over here and just chill. That was really cool. But you could see, I wonder is the main, let's take a look at the main gate. I don't know if it's going to be modeled. I have a hard time thinking the main center is, yeah, it's not. I didn't think it would be. The terminal, sure. Like this is slightly modeled. Let's see what we got. Yeah, see, it's just slightly. And that's what you want. You don't want to go crazy unless you're going to take a lot of resources. That's kind of already a little laggy. But that's, you know, this is one of their first sceneries, I think, the PAXIM did. But yeah, the NASA Center's over there. And I think, guys, I really do think that this is a really good airport for us to expand into. So especially with Spirit leaving the airport, and we're going to get all those gates, and these are really cool gates too. Look at this, it's got glass in here. That's awesome. Pretty cool stuff. All right, excuse me. Nice. So yeah, it's a really good, you know, the scenery is awesome. Just maybe a little more optimized, but I don't know. I can't remember if this is straight up 24 or 2020. But this works. You know, we can snag 4 gates from them. If Spirit had 4. Let's go and check out the numbers here, guys. And I'll tell you right now. 3-hour flight. We had 13 passengers in our first class. We had 29 passengers in our business class, and then we had 88 passengers in the coach class. Gives us a cargo of 6,900 pounds of cargo, and that brought in or lost. We had, wow, we did pretty good, guys. This is promising. So passenger fares were 22,000. Fuel costs cost us 24,000. So just to let you know, our entire business class, no, our entire first class, no, wait a minute. Yeah. So, okay. So our first class passengers, I mean, we're talking, oh, I've got this, son. We're talking about, okay, the coach class. Let's just go there. The coach in this flight paid for the fuel. How's that? So the entire coach, and we had, how many passengers? We had 88 passengers. Those 88 passengers spent the money for the gas. And then the rest for first class, we made $6,000 in first class tickets. We made about $8,000 in business class. And that would have sunk us. The airport, the total fees was $1,000. So again, we have a little incentive for Cleveland right now. They're trying to attract business and get more airlines in, and this is what we would do. So we didn't have a full boat. We had about 80, probably an 82% load factor. We did pretty good because we had belly cargo in here as well. So that belly cargo offsets the loss of the fuel, and we ended up making about 76 grand on that flight because of the belly cargo. If it wasn't for that belly cargo, we wouldn't have made anything. Now it's going to be interesting to see what Cleveland islip is. Years ago in US Air or Continental, they flew like a Dash 8. I mean, really, it was a small airplane. This is an 800, so I don't know if the you know, we're not going to get a lot of originating passengers out of that, but we could get connecting. So if folks from Cleveland wanted to go to Florida, Miami, they would, you know, we do have a nonstop, but it's later. It would be tomorrow, right? So you would have to go like on a Tuesday. It would be a nonstop. But right now, if you wanted to go to Miami today, these Cleveland passengers would connect in in Islip, and then right on down. And I think we have some connections out of Islip. Actually, we have like Tampa, and I'd have to look to see what the times were. But anyway, that's fun. Let me get to your comments really quick before I say goodbye, and we'll probably see tomorrow morning. I'm probably going to go at like 8-ish. I have freeware version of Cleveland. It looks good. The shorter tower is the old tower, and the taller one is the new tower, for your information. Okay, cool. So that shorter tower, no, I don't want to deboard crew. That shorter tower out there that we saw is the old one then? Gotcha. So the new one, I'm just thinking, that's the new one or the old one? Oh, that's the old one then. The new one's over there. Wow, I put it way over there. Okay. Interesting stuff. All right, guys, what we'll do is we'll pack it up. I'll save this panel state and plan on tomorrow morning sometime. I don't know. It's just to be an impromptu thing. I've got to drop my son off, do a few things, and then we'll probably fly. I got to get work done too, but I don't really want to. All right. Until next time, keep the blue side up and the brown side down. Remember, subscribe, like. If you are a subscriber, it helps the channel out a lot. We'll see you guys tomorrow or next week. Just depends what comes up, but I'm hoping tomorrow. We'll go to Islip and then head over to Miami. Ciao for now. Have a good one, folks.
Check the charts, line the jets, time to run it up. From Delta on the ramp to the southwest line, GA in the breeze, every flight feel fine, real fine. Do it right, learn a little more each ride. Professional vibes, but we still have pride. Every week we stream, come along for the flight. Coastal in the sky with the karate mic. FSBN with the reggae flow. Aki charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly this sim world, we saving you a view. FSBN with the reggae flow. Aki charters, line flights, watch the good vibes grow. Coastal Airways, we keep it fun and true. Come fly this sim world, we saving you a view. We saving you a view. Yeah, we saving you a view.